It's a book for web developers, so we're going to raffle off 3 of these. So I have all of your tickets here. If I call your name, just come up. All right, first winner, 2, 1, 9, 2, 2, 0. 2, 1, 9. I'm dyslexic, I'm sorry. Last 3 numbers are 2, 2, 0. Going once, last 3 numbers, 2, 2, 0. All right. No winner. 2, 1, 9. 1, 4, 6. 1, 4, 6. Oh, thanks. Alejandro, give him a round of applause for his. Next, 2, 1, 9, 0, 0, 2.
What happened?
0, 0, 2.
Oh, ow! Wait. What's the last numbers?
0, 0, 2.
Here's that ticket.
No?
0, 0, 2.
All right.
You missed it.
Throwing those tickets away, you guys.
What's the other numbers? I don't know.
All right. 2, 1, 9, 0, 4, 8. Nobody. Keep going through these. 2, 1, 9, 2, 1, 7.
Oh.
2, 1, 7. Woo! All right, we go winner. All right, Israel. Next, we have one more book, and then we have a few other prizes too. So don't get rid of your tickets quite yet. 2, 1, 9, 2, 7, 2. Hey, winner! All right, I'm going to call the next winner, and I'm going to have you come up before I even say what the next prize is. I'm going to change it up a little. I like your prizes. 2, 1, 9, 0, 5, 1. 0, 5, 1. I know, it's a good prize, you guys. 2, 1, 9, 1, 3, 2. Right here? All right. What's your name? Reina. Reina, you get a Google Nexus phone. Thank you to our partnership with Google. We have another one of those raffle off. So if I can have 219 270. No? 270 is the phone. One more time. Last 3 numbers 270. Going once. Twice. Right. All right, we have more of those. 2, 1, 9, 2, 9, 7. No? 2, 9, 7. 297. 297 going once. Twice.
I literally walked out my
Right. I guess that one.
Excuse me?
219-129. All right. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
All right, here you go. Next we have another phone actually. So who else wants a phone? 219-251. All right, I have one last ball. One last ball. You get a phone, you get it. What I feel like right now. 219-298. 298. 298. Let me go fucking phone. No. 219-286. Woo, last one. We have more prizes. There's no more phones, but there's something else. Alright. So for the next prize, I have not a phone anymore. And I have number 219098. Woo! Come on up. What's your name?
Nope.
Irene. It's not a laptop, but it just has I have another tablet. So 219-009. 009. There's another tablet. 219-010. 010 over here. The next tablet, I have two more tablets. You have two more chances. 219-292. Oh, is that a oh yes or a oh no? Oh yes. And last chance. 219-013. 219-137. What? Right here. Alright guys, so that's the end of this raffle, but we're going to have one later on after this panel, so keep your tickets. There will be more phones, more tablets, but also a round trip Southwest ticket to anywhere that you want to fly that's fly Southwest, so don't lose your red tickets, alright?
I'm going there.
Now that you guys are all fed and energized, I would like to introduce Vivian. over there, and she'll be moderating our panel for right now, so let's give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here. It was such a beautiful sight from up here to see that mostly all of the seats are filled and that there's tons of people in the back. It's very, very exciting to see you and welcome. We are going to modify the panel a tiny bit and try to keep it to about 30 minutes so that we can get back on the schedule. So I have with me here some amazing tech influencers, and we're going to hear their stories, and we're going to go ahead and start with Richie.
Hi, I'm Richie.
Hi.
I am Richie from Orange County. Hello. Okay. My name is Richie, originally from Orange County. My first introduction into web development was actually in middle school. We had an HTML class they offered for 1 quarter. After that, there really wasn't anything. I grew up to work there, and then I developers. So after my mom thinks I'm an IT guy, she doesn't really know what I do. So I went to college. Didn't really know people who were doing this sort of work. You know, it's always interesting with technology, but just seems safer and a lot. I went to Harvard, studied political science, executive, the typical corporate route, management consulting, and knew then that I wasn't really satisfied being purely an advisory role. I wanted to be in an industry where you really build products that people use and see sort of your work come to life. So I joined one of the dev boot camps they have out here in San Francisco, joined a startup and been doing engineering for them for 2 years. And now I'm doing my own startup called campaign.io where we build software for political campaigns.
Do you guys hear me? Yeah, great, okay. Hi, I'm Cassandra Espinosa, and I was a student actually here on campus. Graduated in 2011 with a degree in public policy. Went directly afterwards actually and decided not to go into the political world and joined Greylock Partners, which is a venture firm here. Was there for a little more than 2 years. Left to start a company called ShareApp, which is focused on reimagining and reinventing the childcare space.
Hello everybody, my name is Frank Berrigan. Right now I'm I founded my own company, my own web design company. And the way I got into this whole technology field is, I feel like I'm the old man of the bunch because everybody looks really young up here. When I was in high school, I got a computer, and that was back in like the early 90s. And that kind of sparked my interest in going to computer science. I started messing around with web back then, with building websites, and back then it was very a very nascent technology. I did IT after college. I did an IT manager for a long time, so I was doing a lot of different things, managing a department for a non-profit organization called SHIP. And then after that, I decided that I wanted to do my own thing, so I started my own business as web design. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Try to keep it very short because I know we're living on.
Hey guys, my name is Sophia Sanchez-Mayes, and I'm the coolest kid on the panel. I'm the oldest, of course, at 17 I'm still a minor. But I guess I can tell you a bit about my journey into tech. So I was always an avid mathematician. I was really good at it, and I was a kid who would always kind of get angry because everything I was doing with math was rote, and I knew it could be done better than my computer. So that's when I got into computer science. I didn't start by necessity. When I was 15, money was tight, and my family told me I had to get a job. And so, indifferent to sort of the food service industry, I decided to get a job in technology. So I worked for the Center for High Technology Materials in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where I worked on computational simulations to optimize photonic devices. I worked on things from computationally simulating algae growth to metastatic cancer, and I've been able to present these findings in a number of different areas.
That's so fascinating. Thank you for sharing your origin story, where you are now. So share with us a little bit about some of the trends that you see in your specific sectors. We have a number of the technology sectors represented here. We'd love to have you share with this large crowd some of the trends that you see will come about in the next 12 months, year and a half. Let's start with Sophia again.
Okay. So like I said, I work with a lot of computational modeling and simulation. So that's kind of, in my opinion, where math and code meet to do science. So there are so many things that we can do with data that I personally cannot do without the aid of a computer. a computer can see patterns better than I can. It can extrapolate different sort of probabilities better than I can, and all of that can be harnessed with the power of big data. Now, where we're going with this is that we have a lot of problems that we need to solve. And we're not doing even half of what we could be doing with our current capabilities. Now that storage is becoming cheaper and computational space is becoming easier to acquire, I just see a large growth in the amount of science that's being done with data computers this way. A lot of people are projecting the growth of the cloud, and that's true in my industry as well as any other. With the power of distributing this computational feast over multiple devices and multiple servers, we can get a lot done, explore a lot, and solve a lot of problems.
So for me in web design, the biggest thing that I'm seeing right now, like I said, since I've been more or less messing with this industry for since it kind of started. Back then it used to be that you create a website and you just kind of leave it up there and hope that somebody sees it. Then we got into getting stuff into like Google Analytics, where you can actually measure how many people are going to your website. And now you're getting to this idea of optimizing the conversion rates and all that. And so that's something that it's a fairly young part of the whole web development process. I think it's starting to mature a little bit, but it's really cool to kind of see that. We had a workshop here for growth hacking, which was really cool, and it touched a little bit upon that using stuff like Optimizely and a couple of other different technologies that make use of like metrics and seeing what's going on, with your website, with your social media, and being able to really make decisions based off that data. So I think that's going to be something that matures in the next few years, and we're going to really be able to tell very, very finely what the users do on our website and how we can better target them and stuff. So that's kind of what I'm seeing.
So I think this is more of a trend that I'm seeing across the industry. How many people have heard of like a 1099 contract worker? Okay, how many of you have heard of like what a W-2 is? All right, and so those are very different choices when you hire someone. So I don't know how many people are kind of following this trend, but what we're seeing with marketplace businesses, particularly ones that are connecting, a demand and around some type of service, a lot of those people that you interact with are 1099 contract workers. So an Uber driver, for example, or if anyone's used HomeJoy, the cleaners that you're using. And it makes it much cheaper for the companies when you're a 1099 contract worker. You're not paying their payroll taxes, you're not necessarily giving them benefits. And so those are real trends that we need to think about. And the reality is that a lot of our community are the people that are being impacted by this, and so you have to make thoughtful choices. There are some short-term choices you make, and also you need to think about the long-term ramifications of those choices. As I've been thinking about it from Cheryl's perspective, we're looking at your preschool teachers, and I've had a number of people tell me, like the 1099 contract worker is a better way to go, it's cheaper, but that's not necessarily the company that I want to build. And so those are, I think, general trends that I'm thinking through, and ones that I think we're also starting to understand, what is this classification and this, are we treating people that work in the same companies very differently? Just by giving them a label, right? To have the W-2 versus the 1099, and like, how does that impact, the way that they are able to then support their families after?
So talking specific to the political campaign software, I think one of the trends, really technology hasn't really caught up to the times in this specific sector. I think a lot of people are focused on all the sexier, cooler technologies, things like Snapchat, where you can send like a disappearing picture of your food. But people don't want to go into these industries that aren't, they don't have these billion-dollar exits, right? It's not as sexy. Things like political campaigns. I worked at a payments company before I started my own company, and I got to see the revenues for all the hottest startups in the valley. And there are companies that are going into industries like CrossFit or working for vineyards, who are making a lot of money, hand over fist, with teams of 4 or 5 people, just because there isn't any competition. And all they're really doing is automating a lot of the basic processes that go into these sort of industries. So for us, if you think about political campaigns, the sort of work that you do, most of the time, the way you reach voters is by you print out a bunch of sheets of all of the voters that you're going to call, pull up your phone, and you hand that. What we're doing is just putting all that into a web application so you can start making phone calls from your web browser. You set up your phone banking operation in a matter of minutes. You don't need any handsets, and all of your data gets directly saved into your web application. So I think that's where we're going. It's not something that's strictly sexy or cool, but it's something that is starting to touch other industries that most people haven't focused on before.
Awesome. So we have 3 people here on the panel who are entrepreneurial, and I'd love to hear how you made that transition into the entrepreneurial world. And what does the water feel like in that space?
Yeah, so I had a few ideas back when I was doing management consulting for various startups that I had. Really, I was looking to get into venture capital, so we were reading all these tech blogs. I was like, oh, I could do some of this stuff. This is really cool. Why not build a company rather than just invest in that? And so I talked to a few of my buddies in DC, and they were like, oh, yeah, it's cool, but can you build any of it? And I was like, no, I studied political science. And so they kind of laughed at me, like, you're 22, you can't do anything. And I read this blog post about dev boot camps around the city that were teaching people how to code. So I came out here and just started learning from various online sources and just getting your feet dirty. I think is important. You put yourself out there. Are you ready to learn? And for me, I didn't want to have to hire somebody. I wanted to be able to really understand the product from the ground up. So that was something that's very critical to me. And then, I mean, honestly, it's just like take a leap of faith. You're going to work at other companies and it's going to be cushy, especially out in Silicon Valley, where they have buffets, like 5-star steaks and sushi everywhere, like all these good tech companies. I mean, it's super cushy and awesome. But to leave that and go do something else is very scary. If you take that leap of faith and get options, you say at the end of the day that you try.
Yeah, so I guess it's very similar, which is you do have to absolutely take that leap of faith. But it's also pretty normal and expected to jump off, feel great about the decision, and then have moments where you wonder why you did it. Because life can be very cushy at some of these like big companies, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you also you get to work on really interesting problems there as well. I think for me, the reason I took that leap of faith was because I really care about what I'm working on. And I looked around and wanted other people to work on it, and there wasn't anyone else to really join forces with. And so I was like, well, if no one else is doing it, then I feel like I have to do it. I really care about early childhood education and making sure children get the right access. And so we realized that if you don't do it, years will go by with other kids not getting the right access, then you kind of have to take that leap of faith as hard as it can be sometimes.
Well, taking that challenge is definitely, or that leap of faith is definitely challenging, and I think you do have those moments where you're like, jump into it, and then you're like, how do I do the right thing? What did I get myself into? And there can be those times where it just feels a little overwhelming because you guys have to figure out the whole business from the ground up possibly for a lot of startups, and you're giving up that luxury of having a steady paycheck and all that, so it can be a little daunting at first. But it's very, very rewarding, I gotta say. And I think it's a little difficult for people like myself that maybe have worked for a long time and then, maybe later in life, like that old, jump into that. I would definitely encourage anybody that's thinking about starting their own business or a startup is to do it as soon as possible. Especially when you're very young, you don't have a whole lot to, a lot of responsibilities. A lot of dependence, on you. It's definitely a great place to kind of jump in there and, just do it.
Awesome. So I'd love to talk about leadership. And I'd love to talk about leadership in the context of challenge and opportunity. Can we talk about an opportunity that you may have seen that was initially presented as a challenge?
Okay. So I know that a lot of people, maybe a lot of you who are in college are looking for like summer internships. I know for me, it became imperative every summer to have some source of income for my family. And so it was really difficult for me sort of battling through those, that pile of resumes that companies will probably have, digital or physical, in order to get the interview because, after that, it's all on you. But so with that challenge, I sort of rose to the occasion by finding connections. Whether or not you guys know it, you all have connections in various places, whether it's an alumni of your university that's working at some company, or a friend of a friend. I know for me, I was able to find alumni of the university that I go to at these different companies, email them back and forth, and finally maybe get my resume looked at, which was imperative, as this summer I got offers from Intel, Raytheon, the Jet Propulsion Labs where I'll be working. And especially within, this space, it's really important to sort of get out of your comfort zone and really sort of, brag about what you do. You guys are awesome people, and utilize and abuse every connection that you have.
So, when I graduated from college, I went straight into this big company called Capital Group, and they have offices worldwide. It's a pretty big company. and they paid pretty decently. And so the job was pretty cushy, as you know, a couple of guys were mentioning here. It was a pretty cushy job, but after a year, I kind of got bored because I just felt like I was doing the same thing, every day, and it was programming, which I liked doing, but I just felt that wasn't for me. So I got offered this opportunity to work for a nonprofit, like I mentioned, and it was managing the IT department. Unfortunately, I had never done that type of job before. It was I was a programmer and a coder, and so managing IT, in an IT department, you have to wear a lot of different hats, and I wasn't sure where to start. It was definitely challenging. It was a one-man shop for a long time, and it was one of those things where I'm like, I can either quit after a year or try to make this happen. And so I stayed there for about 8 years or so, and trying to do the best I can. But that is one of those instances where I felt it was very challenging, but I had to kind of stick it through and make the best of what I could.
So I think everyone kind of knows that right now Silicon Valley certainly has a spotlight on it. There is this belief that it's a meritocracy, and while there's very much that ethos, we also see that women and people of color are underrepresented, and that's a problem. But I think that there's also a lot of opportunity within that, which means the companies that you create or the way that you look at a problem is very different given your experience. And so that's actually very much a huge opportunity, and part of the reason why I think companies are so excited to bring more people into it that have a diverse perspective. For me, the reason and why I care about this is because I am a woman. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? My experience, I've babysat a lot, I've worked with a lot of families. I'm excited to solve this problem because it comes from my own experience. So I think understanding that your experiences are different and that's okay and that's a great piece of it is a really important reminder.
I guess it's kind of a stereotype when you think about engineers. A lot of times I think of them as being sort of antisocial and not liking basic human interaction. But it was the case at the old startup that I worked at. You guys all seem very well adjusted. We had some of the best developers, in the city. Everyone, when the startup went under, the top other companies came and pushed everybody the first day that were up and available. But whenever it came to executing, product releases, things like that, they were very good at developing the product, but how to actually make a concerted effort to market this and distribute it out to our customers always fell apart. There wasn't any sort of organization. So that was something that I had a lot of experience in, working in political campaigns and also managing consultants, how you manage a project. So when I saw these sorts of things happening, time and time again, I was like, okay, that might be the lowest side of the totem pole being the last step to join, but this just isn't acceptable. So, reached out to our CTO, let him know some of the projects that we could listen to, and just seeing how much more effective we were as a team, reaching out to our customers, getting, the news out about the new features that we had available. I think it's just really, taking that step up, and I guess startups, there isn't really all that many defined goals, and there's, a lot of times we try to be sort of it's not hierarchy. But at times when you're in the first day, you go, I don't really want to give a shit right now, so realizing that you have to contribute in more ways than one, more than just what your resume or your job description says.
Very cool. So let's talk a little bit about family and support. So we're all climbing this very, very steep hill. Whether you're going to be working at daycare, that's super amazing, or starting your own company, your own tech company, you need a certain support system to kind of help you along that journey. And sometimes our Latino families don't necessarily understand entrepreneurialism, or don't understand that, math majors might not understand that. They might think, can't you just be a doctor or a lawyer? But just, do what they understand or what they had once upon a time considered to be the pinnacle of education. So can you talk a little bit about how you managed those expectations and worked around if you needed to, or maybe created your own support system that allowed you to climb that big hill on your own?
Yeah, no. So as I mentioned before, my mom said things, I'm an IT guy. When I told my family that I was going to be leaving my consulting job, I was making more money my first year out of college than both my parents combined. So for them, I'd made it already as a 22-year-old. Holy cow! Why would you ever leave that? You have your benefits, all that sort of stuff. It just wasn't for me. And trying to convince them, my whole family was weird. I went back to Christmas, everyone's like, "Why are you doing that job? Why would you ever leave that?" I don't even know that there is that sort of disconnect. And in some ways, it's not possible for you to really relate at a certain time. So I think for me, in terms of getting my own support network, they trusted me, they trusted a lot of decisions that I made, even if they disagreed with them, was to reach out to people who are just 1 or 2 years older than me, having them be my support network. People like Emmanuel, the guys who I worked for at my last startup, one of the guys, he came from Arizona, so he grew up around all Mexicans. I grew up like mostly black people, so we kind of hit it off in that way. And now when starting my own company, he wants to see me succeed, so he's made inroads with a lot of angel investors, and just it's really about leveraging your network with both the community that you make out here, and also most of the organizations that you guys are probably a part of, like even the Hispanic Heritage Foundation. I just had lunch with one of Tony's friends at the Stanford Faculty Club who's involved in political campaigns. So you just really have to put yourself out there and not be afraid to ask for help. I think that's the biggest thing. A lot of people are very proud and no, I don't want to ask them for help. People want to see you succeed. And people are going to go out of their way to help you out. So.
Absolutely agree with that, which is you really do need to ask for help because sometimes we don't know what we don't know, and that's okay. And as supportive as our families are, like they don't necessarily have the same level of context. And so I think it's twofold, right? It's about trying to give your family some context and understand, and like sometimes that takes time, so that they also get excited. And when you are needing more support or love from your parents, they understand like what it is that they are giving you the love and support for. I think that's an important piece of it. But I also think it is about surrounding yourself with people that perhaps understand your industry a little bit more, that can give you some insight around that. I mean, I have a lot of close friends that are starting companies, whose parents are also in the same boat where they don't necessarily understand why you would leave these really comfortable jobs for this really scary, unknown business. And so relying on friends, relying on mentors, I think is really important. But I also think it's our responsibility to also like tell our parents about what we're doing, or our cousins, or like everyone else, because we are the ones that are kind of leading the trail for a lot of within like our families. And so it's our responsibility to kind of share that knowledge as much time as it might take to kind of help the next generation.
Yeah, I think I'm a little lucky in that respect because my dad started his own business, and so that kind of paved the way a little bit for me to, to make it my decision and make it a little easier for me. But I think it's definitely important to build that network. So there's this thing that I forgot where I read it, but something along the lines of you are the sum of the 5 people that you surround yourself with the most. And so if you're trying to get to a certain place, for example, a successful company, you want to surround yourself with people that maybe have already built successful companies, or people that are on that trajectory, towards that. And it's a lot easier to build your company that way because they can sympathize with you, as they mentioned. It makes it a little easier. Sometimes your parents, don't know exactly what you're going through, and sometimes a lot of your friends, maybe they're not going through the same thing that you're going. For example, I feel like one of my friends, as soon as I started my company, they stopped talking to me. I was like, what's going on here? But they're on a different path. They're like doing different things than what I'm doing. Is just Usually people do want to see you succeed, but sometimes there's people that don't want to see you succeed.
All right, so I guess I can tell you a little story about my family. My grandmother used to read me this book every night called Disruptious, about a girl whose grandmother tells her that she has to make the world more beautiful somehow, and she does. And that was my grandmother's dream for me, that somehow I would make a better world. And so when I told her that I wanted to be a mathematician, she kind of slapped me upside the head and said, Sophia, what are you doing? You're wasting your brain. How are you going to help anyone with this? She was really disappointed in me. So over time, I've kind of been able to make her understand sort of what it is in this space that I'm in, how I'm trying to do science to, advance our understanding, to create these solutions. But it took a while to cross that understanding barrier. Like for my grandparents, the world of technology is the Facebook and the Wi-Fi. So, and even those things they're not particularly comfortable with. In that space where you're not necessarily understood from the start, it is difficult. But it's also an opportunity to sort of bridge that gap and also understand the people that you're developing for. The people whose lives are governed by technology don't necessarily always understand or trust these things that are being developed, and that's a problem that we face in our sphere right now. You think of all these major professions that people have to really trust, lawyers and doctors and journalists. We trust them to tell us the truth, to do no harm, And there are strict codes of ethics that come with each of those professions. Well, coders right now are in a position where they have a lot of information, and they have to, the people who use their products, virtually everyone, has to have a lot of trust. And so living in this kind of ethical gray area, I find it sometimes useful to, govern myself and also my fellow developers just based on those loose codes of ethics. Do no harm, don't misplace the trust that your users place in you. And I don't know, I think that's a really interesting problem we face as a community.
Awesome, thank you so much. We have about 5 minutes left, so I would love to open this up to the audience. Do we have some questions?
So you guys are all successful, and you have your startups. So how do you handle failure, like startup or something like that? So how do you deal with that?
Okay, so I'll repeat the question because I don't think everyone heard. So the question is basically like, how do you deal with failure?
I fail all the time. I'm like a huge loser. Seriously, I think one of the interesting metaphors that I tell people is like, Kobe Bryant is one of the leading scorers in the NBA, and he's actually he missed more shots than anybody in the history of the NBA. That's kind of like my strategy to like, because I try. I'm never the smartest, I'm never like the best at things, but I'm not afraid to fail. I fail all the time, but it doesn't discourage me because I know that I learned a lot from it, and I think if you have fear of failure, then you probably shouldn't do your own company. You're gonna have to deal with failing all the time. It's gonna be a roller coaster, and I think the people who have the wherewithal to be able to go through something like that, those are the ones who in the end are going to be able to pursue and succeed. Those are the more.
So I think from my perspective, I think from my perspective, the way that I think about failure too is understanding where I failed and why I failed, so that I don't fail in that same area again. And so I think that also requires you to be very honest about why the failure occurred, so that you can really take away something. And if you take it from that perspective and that lens, then it becomes more around a lesson learned as opposed to a pure failure.
You guys have touched on the importance of building community. And, I definitely recognize that when we see someone as we see you guys as successful, we don't often see the community of people that helped you achieve that success. And one of the things that I'm curious about at this point in my profession is developing a community, a network of professionals, both personal and professional, that will help me in my path. So do you have any recommendations for how to go about building that community?
Sure. So I'm involved in a really active community that's helped me a lot get where I am, and it's this Facebook group, actually. I was a winner of the National Center for Women in Information Technologies Award for competing at the high school level. And they have this really awesome group of all the people that have gone and entered in like different careers. And some of the people who won the award years ago are now working at Google or working in their own startups. And so it creates, this lineage of different contacts that you have at these different places. I know if ever I didn't have a contact, I post on the group, and there would be definitely someone who did, and it was really useful. So also creating something like that for, even the group of Latino voters that we have gathered here today, I think would be really positive.
Well, thank you so much for being flexible. Thank you, panelists, for being so flexible. And stay tuned for the pitch competition.
Thank you again, panelists. One more round of applause and great. How's everybody doing? Still here? All right. We have the next portion, which is the pitch competition of the Latino Coder Summit. But before we get to that and introduce our judges, it's that time again. So take out those little red tickets. Tickets! Next is phone. Can I have number 219-228? 228. No? All right. 219-136. Over there. Next up, we have a winner with number 219135. Yay!
That's cool. Look at this. Now I'll take care.
I have
Yeah, let's
three more votes. There's like an endless background here. 219-225. Wait, close your eyes.
Oh, stop, man. Yeah, I know. You're close.
Next one. 219199.
Oh, no.
199. 219230. You have a winner over there in the back. And we have one more code for number 219-185. Really? I was you. 185.
Not here. Next.
219052. 052.
Not here. Next.
All right, next. 219273. Yay! 5 more tablets. Before we start the. I did call 273. That was like one nice act of the day, so I can't be mad. 219019. Two 279-277. 277. Right here. Two more. 219160. 160. Alright, this really is the last tablet. There's no more after this one. So the last tablet goes to 219 149. 149. Before we do that, do we have a Dan Montano in the house? I found his after. Now for the big ticket prize. The Southwest round trip flight to anywhere that Southwest flies, including, I believe, Puerto Rico, if you guys are trying to go to Puerto Rico. Alright. 219 1 5. Who's still in the writing? I'm just curious. Raise your hand. Okay. 4. Congratulations, one. Alright, so now it's okay if you move your tickets. That was the end. I'm sorry, but congratulations to everybody who won. Thank you. Thank our partners at Google and So before we start introducing these judges and the teams that are going to pitch, I just want to take a few seconds to recognize why this particular portion of this event is significant. Here's some facts. According to the National Venture Capital Association, today startups account for about 11% of all new U.S. jobs. In the venture capital arena, Latinos represent, I'm going to pop quiz, what percent do you think of these venture capital projects are Latinos? 3? 1% is Latino, only 1%. So I think it's very important that we have these. We also Latinos do have ideas, and they are entrepreneurs. They just don't get sometimes the same chance. So I'm glad that we have this opportunity here to have these 15 different teams pitch their ideas. So we have different 15 teams come and pitch, and the top 3 winners will be picked by our judges, who I'll introduce shortly, and the winners will be part of the LOFT Labs. This means that means 4 things. 1, they'll have their project featured on our network, and our network is about 100,000 members and growing every day, so it will be featured prominently to all these members. Number 2, we'll conduct a spotlight of innovation on them. Number 3, we'll help them connect necessary support resources to get their project going. That means legal, mentorship, and other types of resources. And finally, they will also get a $1,000 grant to use towards their project. So good luck to everybody that's with you. Alright, is everybody ready? Rob, everybody go.
Got my phone. Let's charge it.
Alright. So first up, I'm going to.
Hey everybody, you guys excited? So let's go over the format really quickly for the judges. The judges will be judging on 3 key things. 1 is presentation, how good your eye contact is. Good eye contact, that's a good example. So, number 2 is how well defined your product is. How well have you thought through what you want this thing to do? How you want to affect the world, affect things in general. And number 3 is how investable is your project? How marketable is it? How is it going to do in the market? How is it unique from what's out there right now? And with that said, thank you to the judges for taking the time out to participate in this event and take their feedback. And to the pitchers, great job on everything that I've seen. I'm really impressed. So, thank you. And I'd like to let the timekeeper, just want to call him out. He'll let the pitchers know if there's a minute left and when their time is up. All right, thank you.
Our first judge, hailing from UCLA, everybody put their hands together for Dr. Raul Hinojosa. He is the founding director of the North American Integration and Development Center, as well as the associate professor in the Division of Social Sciences and the Cesar Chavez Department at UCLA. Born in Mexico, raised in Chicago, he received a Bachelor's of Arts in Economics, Master's in Anthropology, and PhD in Political Science at the University of Chicago. He is also the founder and CEO chairman of SF Global LLC, a social empowerment innovation company that focuses on the development and implementation of low-cost, secure, and accessible financial services to the unbanked and underbanked population in the United States diaspora and their home countries. Next, from MCG Plus Company, everybody put their hands together for Dr. Marcos Gonzalez. He founded and leads the company and has worked with a large number of companies advising on strategy and private equity matters over the course of his careers, including IBM, the Boston Consulting Group, Dartmouth Private Equity, Goldman Sachs, HealthNet, and the Global Environment Fund, among others. This company provides unique perspective resulting from experience as a principal investor, management entrepreneur, and senior manager in both domestic and international markets. He graduated from Brown University and later received an MBA from Harvard Business School. He has lived and worked throughout the U.S. and Latin America, including in Mexico, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Argentina, Central America, and the Caribbean. He speaks English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and is originally from LA, where he currently resides. Next, we have Gregorio Rojas from Sabio LA. He has been in software development fields across a variety of industries since 1999. Currently, he is co-founder of Sabio LA, the premier in-person software engineering program in Los Angeles, specifically designed for the exceptionally motivated looking to break into the tech industry. At Sabio, Gregorio oversees training and mentorship of the fellows going through the program. Previously, he was the CTO and co-founder of an online real estate listing site, MySoCal Listings, also a director of developments at SFW, SaaS enterprise software startup, and most recently, he was lead developer of the monetization team at MySpace. Next, from Share Ave, we have Cassandra Espinosa. She is the founder of Share Ave, a marketplace that helps parents hire early childhood specialists, not just babysitters. She previously worked at Greylock Partners, a venture firm that focuses on consumer and enterprise investments. She also participated in the Kaufman Fellows Program as a member of Class 2016, or Class 16. Upon completion of the program, she was a recipient of the Peer Select Award for Class Leadership. She also holds a BA in Public Policy from Stanford University. And last but not least, we have Lisa Khan from Forward.us. She is the National Organizing Director of Forward.us, a political advocacy organization founded by Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Melissa Meyer, and other tech leaders with a background in community organizing and electoral politics. Lisa is joining the problem-solving spirit of tech community to innovate political advocacy. And now I'd like to call our first pitch to come up, and they are an education Study Room by Emerson Mata.
How you guys doing?
Great.
You guys know the workshops?
Yeah.
Both of them, because I was working on this stuff. Cool. Well, hi, I'm Emerson Mata. I'm a studier, and we're building the largest social learning platform for college students. Let me ask you this. Who here is in college?
Yeah.
Wow, a lot of people. Okay, that's cool. I usually follow up with like who's ever been in college because there's usually not that many people, but that's cool. Anyway, one of the biggest problems with college students nowadays is the fact that when you get stuck doing homework or studying, there's literally absolutely no way for you to get help. It is really, really hard. And the worst part is that you get stuck multiple times per semester and sometimes multiple times per week. So what do? Do you reach out to people? Who do you know? When you go into your classroom, you have like 500 classes, but you really only get to meet a couple by the end of the semester. So you really find no help, which is extremely, extremely bad for you. Because at that point, you don't get to master the topic that you're supposed to. Comes the midterm, you get a C, no one cares, they move on. Then you have to cram for the final. It's also very problematic because you cannot find a study group. You cannot share knowledge with other people. And in the end, this increases the achievement gap, which is a critical problem right now in our society. What's even worse is that the current generation is the most social and connected generation ever. And yet, when it comes to education, they have nothing. So because of that, we took on the mission to provide every single student with on-demand, personalized help in the most scalable way. So we went to our classroom and looked around and realized, well, there's like hundreds of people. So your classmates are actually the largest untapped resource a student can ever have. So with Study Room, the students can easily ask questions, find their classmates, connect, share notes, and find a study group really easily. So we decided to go out and launch the product last semester. Sorry. Yeah. We launched the product last semester at 100 universities. We announced it on TechCrunch Disrupt in September. And those are all our universities. And we grew to close to 500,000 college students on our platform in just one semester. Which means that our top university had over 47% of the entire undergrad population was on our platform. And now this is not a product that is imposed by the university onto students. This is a product that the students themselves are adopting, are telling their friends, are sharing their notes and collaborating on. But most important than just growth and adoption for us is engagement, because that really shows how much the student cares about it, how much they were lacking a product like this. So towards finals, which is where we see the most growth and engagement, we had 43% weekly active users at our top universities, and very similar numbers at our other top universities, which means that we had hundreds of thousands of files shared between students. If students were collaborating, it was extremely beautiful to see, something that could not be done before. They were actually doing it now. We were able to see people that started creating study groups right from the very first day of class. Usually, they wait till they fail the first final and then go look for study groups. Now they do it on the very first day, thanks to study room. 2 minutes, thanks. Okay. Well, and our students love it, and they tell everyone about it. They really cannot imagine not having a study room. So what else is out there? Well, there's a lot of services that provide notes, that provide flashcards, that provide Q&A services. But then again, these are just services that a student decides to use. They feel no connection. When a user joins the study room, he feels like he's part of a big community. He's immediately connected with all his classmates and also with everyone in their school. So they feel part of this amazing community. So we decided, we looked around, we said, how can we now push this to not just your classmates, but to every single one, every single student out there, in your university and out there. So we came out with a student tutor program. this is the largest student tutor program out there, where we decided to take our top students, make them tutors, and provide help to other students. And how marketable this is an $11 million market in the US. And if you literally only have 250 tutors working 3 hours per week, that's it. We're already get a $1 million run rate. And right now we have about 3,000 tutors on board. We got the students, we got the tutors, how do we get the students? It's natural. Not playing. Still not playing. Never mind. We launched a national the easiest way to get help from our tutors, and as soon as we launched, literally 3 weeks ago, our run rate increased from 0, pretty much, to now close to $100,000 per year. And we have 29% of recurring use customers, which means that they love it, they keep coming back over and over. I'm going to skip this one, and we're the best team to make this happen because we've been in EdTech for years now. All of our apps have reached the top 25 in education, and we've reached over 4 million students all around the world. And we have the best investors and advisors here in the Valley, people from my K-12, which is pretty much the YC application. And I'm going to tell you about this later. Thank you. Between students, so are you familiar with Facebook groups? Imagine you have a Facebook group for every single one of your classes. It's not restricted to whether your university adopts it or your professor enables it. It's just you join all your classes, you're immediately connected with your learning. It's completely out of your students. Yes, and they're willing to do it because, as I said, this is a very social platform. You feel like you're actually part of the community. You feel like now you're connected with everybody else in your class. So because you feel that connection, you're more willing to help one another. At this point, it's just between classes, between universities. The student tutor program is a way for us to start crossing over between any student with any other student. As I mentioned, like right now, the student tutor program is the business model that we take. It fits our mission in the sense that it's, again, the students connecting with other students, the students providing on-demand help to other students that could be very personalized. And the ability for us also to help students make money for college admission, that was a big plus. So we decided to go after that. We knew we have the capability to make it highly scalable and highly targeted because we know all the courses tutors are taking, and we know all the courses students are taking, so we can better match them better than anybody else. So we're making money. They do their tutoring sessions. They either help explain a question or they help on a one-on-one online session, and we take the cut. And right now we're taking between 30 and 50.
How do you ensure quality?
They build their own reputation. So ever since they started joining the platform, just helping their classmates, they started getting a reputation awarded by the community itself. So because of their really good notes, because they started organizing study groups, because they started helping their classmates, people started building out their reputation, started building badges and all those kind of things, and now they win more stuff with the tutor program. Right now we don't have that number. As I said, like the tutoring program with a snapshot that we just launched 3 weeks ago was about breaking out of any like box of class or school, and it's just opening it up to anyone who needs it. So we don't calculate it per university. At the moment, yes. Yeah. The company at the moment, I mean, we pretty much just have they spend about $30,000 per month. So it's actually pretty small, but we're not even thinking about using that to sustain ourselves. We have bigger plans, which is what I have to do because of the time. But next semester, we're flipping this marketplace. We're flipping the table in the marketplace, where it's no longer the student looking for the tutor, but it's the tutor coming to the students. Because we have a unique opportunity where, as I said, we have the students already on our platform.
We know the classes they're taking. We know when they have finals. We know when they need help. So now we're going to grab our tutors, and the tutors are going to start creating content and doing a content play. They're going to start creating that. They're going to come to you and say, like, you have a final next week, right? You'll be like, yeah, all right, well, I was a TA in this class. I'm getting in this class. How about you pay me $5 and I'll teach you an entire hour of like everything you need to know to nail the final. You're going to be like, all right. So now it's increasing again more of the opportunity that we have. We have one last question.
One last question? Yes. Okay, this is just a quick question. So how many classes within a semester are students normally enrolled in? Right, like is it 5? What's the average?
Around 5, yeah.
And then how many, as I'm on study room, like how many like study rooms am I on average in?
On study room?
Yeah.
All 5.
All 5?
Yeah. They literally just go and tap, tap, tap. We already have all the classes as soon as they join. So really all they need to do is tap, 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 and then you're in. And they also have task courses as well, because we allow them to also get resources from previous semesters. So all the files and everything that was shared previous semester, they get access to that, which they love. Thank you.
Right, and next up we have Alexis Candelaria with Sin Boys.
So imagine a world where you were never asked if you wanted to receive again. That's right, I'm talking about those pieces of paper that you receive after every purchase that you make, and you end up throwing away within minutes. Even worse, just yesterday, I was asked if I wanted a receipt, said no, and the cashier threw away the still printed receipt. Over 10 million trees are consumed each year for the production of receipts in just the United States alone. This results in over 1.5 billion pounds of paper waste, something that, as I just mentioned, sometimes get looked at. Instead, imagine that every time you made a purchase, you utilized NFC technology to obtain your receipt by holding your phone up to another NFC-capable device. The vision of Sinvoice is to completely change the merchant transaction in a small but extremely significant way. By virtualizing receipts and eliminating paper waste, not only are you saving the planet's growingly constrained resources, but you're also providing a more reliable and secure data source for invoices. The virtual receipt is substantially more reliable data store for receipts that you actually do need. Much more reliable than the currently used thermal paper that turns gray once exposed to heat or UV rays. There's an image of a thermal receipt that is no longer a useful piece of information. In addition, this system will also save merchants money by eliminating the need for them to purchase paper rolls. Even better, there will be a great incentive for users to use this app because there will be several machine learning algorithms that process all of the stored receipts. They use natural language processing to process all the data that is collected from receipts. Users will then routinely receive coupon offerings from the companies that they shop at. The coupons will optimally be served based on the machine learning models that are built over time. So here's an image that a coupon system that's used at a fairly modern self-checkout at a Safeway that I frequent. As you can see, it is another source of paper waste. And as you can see, there's an issue because these coupons are presented arbitrarily. You know, it's really random. Whereas if you have a machine learning model backing this couponing system, you can more intelligently target your users with the products that you want to introduce to them. So Sinvoice would effectively become one of the greenest ad platforms to exist. And I say this, it's a very subtle point, but it's one of the defining points in the business model of Syncoins. Different merchants would basically use the ad platform to present coupons that they would want to reach their customers with. The amount of possibilities for further processing and providing features based on virtual receipts include but are not limited to tax services, personal finance, and limitless options for financial products. That being said, most of the cash transactions are lost in the abyss of the unreliable data store that is paper receipts. So given this more reliable data store, you can now capture cash transactions as well and provide more reliable reflection for users who want to improve on their personal finance. So on a closing note, just like the electrification of transportation is inevitable, so is the virtualization of receipts. As population pressures continue to increase, we as a society need to continually reevaluate our systems to minimize waste of resources that provide ecological services that we cannot even place a value on, such as chips. So please lend me your support in helping me to change the world and set a tone for generations to come. Thank you.
So how are you planning to compete with mobile payments that are going to be NFC and that will also essentially provide cashless transactions and electronic receipts? You're not providing payment method, right? You're just
We basically provide, like, it would be the couponing system that would be the main competition. But there would be a way, we would have to figure out a way to, like, basically receive the receipts. That would be one thing that we'd have to do more research on, but basically, the main competing point is that it's effectively an ad platform or a couponing system. So it's a data store for these receipts that you can learn from the receipts, process the data that you from the receipts, and most merchant companies aren't good, and they probably won't. So that's the main competing.
Have you done any research on who currently uses coupons, like what demographic uses coupons currently, and if they would be receptive to virtualizing that process, if they use email, if they have smartphones and that sort of thing? And if not, are you interested in sort of changing culture around coupons to make younger people who are a bit more technologically savvy start to use them? When my sense, and I could be wrong, was that they don't really currently.
Well, I did do some research on like competing like receipt apps, and a lot of them they're simply taking pictures of paper receipts, which my main goal with this project was to completely eliminate paper use. But the coupons system would effectively be the same, if not optimized, because now you have it's virtual. You don't have to keep track of paper. You don't have to have like a box to carry around coupons with. So it's going to effectively be the same. To redeem the coupons, you would use the same NFC technology to transmit it right back to the system.
Quick question. You have not gone to market in this, right? You don't have a store to
No.
What's your first step?
First step is to prototype. So get like an NFC shield, start prototyping NFC, and doing more research on the merchant and ways to basically get receipts from merchants. Like let's say if the person doesn't have a device. There are some things that if they don't have a device, we want to counter that as well. But the first step would be like an NFC.
Alexis, right? Alexis, thanks for being here. In my presentation, this is just a comment, it's not a question. In the comments regarding the presentation, it's really to the audience. When you raise money and you're going out and pitching business, you have to make a lot of presentations to a lot of people. And most people you talk to that have money in invest don't have a lot of time. And so we talked beforehand, so I have the benefit of being percent of business. It's much more than this. And so I just encourage you, like I did before, and everybody here, that as you prepare your pitch, you think about, that proverbial, elevator pitch. And what I didn't get here, and maybe others that are thinking about this, is right off the bat, the first sentence has to be, here's what I'm doing, this is the size of the business, or this is the part of the world I'm changing in this business. It really has to be captivating, it really has to kind of, excite and be visual. The first speaker this morning, the engineer from Intel, talked about digital visualization. It's very important. You got to do the same thing for investors. You got to early on kind of capture metrics.
Thanks for being here. It's a lot of us to be out here. That's a comment for everybody. Think about that. The investor's busy, and they're looking at 100 other deals.
Thank you. That sums up. Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Alexis. And we will
Next up, we have Iscaida Jimenez with Labor Exchange.
How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? All right, I need you guys excited with me, because I'm really excited. Hello everyone, my name is Iscaida Jimenez and I am building a hiring platform for underrepresented talent in the U.S. That means 100 million unbanked and underbanked people that are underrepresented in the workforce. So I'm actually going to start with a demo and then I'll go into a deck so you can see what I'm building. So here's what we're doing. Ryan. Okay. There it is. So we're a matchmaking platform where we take trained talent and match them with companies. Companies that say that they cannot find trained, diverse talent. I want to play this short video here. While that look for this, so you can fully understand the problem we're trying to solve.
What would you bring to my company?
What do you need?
Any hard worker?
Good. I've got 2 part-time jobs and help my parents pay the bills.
Any problems with the skills?
I'm not through high school without a car, a phone, or a computer.
No college degree, though.
Not yet, but life's taught me a lot, and I'm ready for more.
Well, you're not the typical kind of candidate that I hire. But you are exactly what I'm looking for.
So the message of this video is that companies are using hiring biases and are missing talent like this young lady who's hardworking, who's talented, and who's ready to work. And we're here to solve that problem. So my amazing, diverse, and very good-looking team is up here. I'm Iscaida. I'm a Dominican immigrant, and I met my 2 developers at MIT when I was doing my graduate degree. Victor is a Bulgarian immigrant, and Darren is an African-American man. And so we walk the walk. We don't just talk the talk. So now I want to give you a little sense of what employers can expect when they come on our platform. So they would create a profile, and then what we do is, based on the jobs that they're recruiting for, we show them a talent pool of qualified candidates. So these candidates were initially focused on entry-level IT. We feel like it's a great place to start diversifying tech. And it takes only 3 months, a 3-month training and certification program. So here you come, you meet someone like Jeremy, and some of the hiring biases we hear is that, these people don't have a culture fit, or we want to know, that they have a basic technical skill set. And they're not even looking at your resume to figure that out. So we're doing a 1-minute video resume.
My CompTIA Network Plus and A+ certification. It was an extensive hands-on educational process where I learned how to troubleshoot computers, network. My favorite thing was learning how to remotely install operating systems using the PXE. I have an extensive background in customer service, like supervisor at
So the idea is taking someone like Jeremy, who's unbanked, worked at Best Buy for 7 years, probably knows more about electronics and IT than you and I in this room, but can't break into a company. Sure, you have his resume here, but what we're doing here is also showing you that he has certifications, he might not have a college degree, but he knows what he's doing. Here are the skills, the relevant skills and tools, and we measure them for you. Not like those LinkedIn endorsements that don't mean very much. And here are also some work demos. So I'm not only going to tell you what I can do, I'm going to show you. So this is our demo, and I'll tell you a little bit about my business model. The way we make money is we charge companies a placement fee and a membership fee to access our database. Our model is to partner with training agencies all around the U.S. There are a lot of nonprofits, for-profits, actually doing certification work, actually doing skill training, like the boot camps, dev boot camps, design boot camps, and we just feel like there's not a marketplace for unbanked and underbanked. That's what we're creating. Okay, my PowerPoint is loading, but I'm sure I can reference it to answer a lot of your questions. So we're raising $750,000. It's an 18-month runway for a team of 5, and we need you to help us do that. So spread the word with your friends and investors. I'm also looking to hire an iOS developer, and I know there are a lot of you here who code. So let me know. If you also are in a company and you can influence hiring, please give me a call. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but I wanted to show you and not just tell you.
Where do we find you?
Iscaira, Y-S-C-A-I-R-A. You just Google that. You can put at Gmail, Facebook, Twitter. That's a good thing with having a weird Dominican name. You're easy to find.
So I think there is a ton of good here. I think you're solving for an extremely important problem. I think when you look at sort of lack of representation in technology, part of it is this entry level sort of getting in the pipeline. The other part is around advancement. Have you thought about ways you can potentially down the line adapt your platform to also sort of track development and track growth so the people that you're placing and help ensure advancement to senior positions?
Yes, so the entry level is our point, like you said. We're making heavy use of data to figure out, all right, we help you get the job. The next thing you need to do is manage, a promotion or a conflict resolution or something that your training program didn't teach you. So we're going to, we're not only going to keep you in the loop with the training agency that trained you, they want to keep helping you. We're going to send you self-help tutorials, etc. This is how you negotiate a salary, etc. We want to make sure that you're in that job for a year, and if we can pair you up with someone in that company who's a mentor, we kind of take you there. That's how we envision not only helping you get the job, but succeed.
Tom? Yeah. Just a quick question for my own understanding. Which are the employers you're targeting? Are we talking about the Googles of the world, or are they like other companies?
That's a great question. So we just finished our prototype and we want to go live, and there are pros and cons to both. So we think a marquee partner like Google or Intel, lady who was here gave a great presentation, would be great because we have a great partner. But we realize that a lot of the big companies, not necessarily Google or Intel, they outsource a lot of these entry-level jobs. They want them off the books because they're only the contracting, the thing you mentioned. And so what we realized is we need to go to the small and medium-sized enterprises where they're not big enough to outsource and hiring a couple of people, or to the actual providers, the outsourced providers here. So we're trying to figure that out.
We have time for one more question or comment.
Yeah, good, obviously, very, very critical service, but I'm just interested in your pitch. One question, why you mentioned the unbanked? In connection, and particularly your business model. What are you thinking about getting to the 700?
Sure. So. Two-part question. So why the unbanked? I realized after my research that our initial target is 18 to 24-year-olds, so college-age people who are not in college. And we realized that they use Craigslist and Snagajob. Snagajob is an hourly job site. They're not on LinkedIn, and if they are, their profiles are very scarce. Monster has algorithms that automatically knock them out from any matchmaking. No college degree, no experience, etc. So the marketplace doesn't really exist for them. The way we built it is we're going to let you showcase your skills, your qualifications, and match you on what you can do, as opposed to where you went to school. So that's why the impact. The second question is $750,000 basically buys us a budget of $100K per employee. So we want to hire. You saw my team. Right now we're students, equity, eating ramen noodles. So we want to have, a developer, designer, data scientist, myself, who's going to go out and do sales, and then some contractors doing, the videos that you saw, etc. So that's what it's for. But what it buys us is product market fit and revenue. Those are two big milestones that we're going after next.
Thank you. And that wraps it up.
Next we have Estefania Ortiz with Diaspora.
Hi everyone. So Diaspora is a platform that plans to connect remote volunteers to nonprofit organizations in Puerto Rico. So turns out there's more Puerto Ricans outside of the island than in the island, and that number is not going backwards, it's increasing towards the bigger and the more educated the diaspora is. A lot of us are doing community service and are helping nonprofits wherever we live. But we all have a desire, especially like our generation, to help the island, and we plan and desire to move back at some point. So this platform plans to connect our efforts to the knowledge of the people who are actually working and have knowledge of the communities that what I'm trying to say is that we're disconnected, but we're not disinterested. So the platform is doing the connection from the people who know what has to be done to the people that want to help and want to volunteer. So right now, we're just starting. We started from a hackathon. You can visit the website and sign up as an organization or as a volunteer. And right now we have one nonprofit called Jóvenes de Puerto Rico Riego, and 6 volunteers in college mentoring 6 kids in the organization. That's it.
Are you a nonprofit?
Yeah, we're registered as a nonprofit in Puerto Rico.
Awesome. And do you have any sort of values around which organizations you would connect, or is it sort of anything as long as it is beneficial?
So right now we're focusing, initially in terms of our recruiting, we're focusing in youth development and education, because we've heard from people that a lot of their interest lies there rather than a lot of medical and I don't know, elderly.
How do you plan to raise money?
So we are,
As a nonprofit.
right now we're only dealing with volunteers. The money that we have to raise is to find someone to work from Puerto Rico. And we plan to do it through donations, so through grants, but the organization, the platform is such that the only staff member that we're planning to have is someone recruiting nonprofits in Puerto Rico. Yeah. It's starting, it was built in January, and it's part-time.
What do you think that does to the last 31 years? Even though it's a nonprofit, we can have a lot of strategies, right? And any giver, any donor, whether it's an individual, foundation, somebody else, looks at the plan, sees what the deliverables are you going to meet your goals or not?
other organizations run, governance issues, a bunch of things all the time. Right? It's very, has to take care of it. Do you have a business plan for this organization? I just know what business plan is.
Not yet. We just have a sign, like the product right now is just like a volunteer organization sign up. We're doing most of it, like the volunteers and the organizations, just like we're all doing it manually. Right now, like the biggest reason we started doing the matching process was because we haven't figured out, before building the platform, because we haven't figured out the ways in which organizations need help and the ways in which volunteers are thinking about getting help. So we plan to do like spend a few, like at least the next year, just organizing by hand organizations, so that before we start building, we can figure out whether or not the tool, like what the tool has to be, so that we can like onboard quickly both volunteers and organizations.
Just a quick hold on that. There's a saying that says the way to get ahead is to get going. You gotta get started. And you don't want to spend a long time on page business plan or your business, but you do want to have an idea of how things are going to work. Right? So you don't go down the path for a long time and realize things aren't going to work out. So don't do a 50-page business plan, but try to have some idea of the different components of any operating in it, whether it's a product or online. It sounds like you're doing this, that's great. Look forward to seeing how
That's actually time for Q&A, and I think that takes us to the intermission. So we have 10 minutes to kind of stand up. Sorry, I don't know, so you want to?
Well, I just wanted to ask one question. So has this been a useful workshop for you in terms of thinking and how do you make the next step from going, as you say, from a manual process to using some type of coding basis for matching information today? You have this idea, if you see this idea emerging in terms of what's the next step for you all as a result of today's event. Have you learned something today that you didn't know before you got here this morning?
Yes.
Good.
Alright, so quick 10-minute break, bathroom, maybe there's a coffee, and then we'll get together. We have 10 more pitches coming up.
¿Qué pasó?
Seguimos nosotros. Bueno, que no voy a hablar mucho. Así no me gusta, ¿no? Pero alguien lo tiene que hacer. No pude evitar y me tuve que cambiar de camisa. Porque estaba. Es que era toda la noche y luego todo el día. Y cuando no duerme bien, no sé qué a gusto. Él fue.
No, me llamaron a mí. They called me.
Pero tú no fuiste, ¿no?
Sí, fui.
Fuiste con él.
Yeah. How do you know what car it is?
I was gonna go with him. Because I want to get back straight and then make a left.
No.
But then he was born.
Someone ran, yeah, went. He was corriendo también. And they said, hey, you have so much energy and you're running.
Andaba desvelada. Imagínate si no andas desvelada.
Imagínate.
Un maratón por
eso, imagínate. Ahorita. Ahorita I'm like. Imagine, imagínate. I know right now. I'm tired right now. Yo a las 8 no me
Sí, anoche no, nomás cerraba los ojos el número. Yo creo que yo ronca.
a las 9.
Todavía sí los vieron. Ya pronto, una hora. En 15 minutos, pero nosotros ya terminamos. Ya podemos respirar a gusto. Lo mejor que lo vamos a hacer muy cortito. Yo les iba a decir como media hora de mi vida, lo voy a cortar así como en unas 5 horas. No están aquí para ver las historias de la gente, están aquí para ver que todo es
You're a scientist or just
Oh, so check out the stream. There's a 30-second lag. Streaming already. Board though, yeah. I talked to her so much too, but I never heard her name. Awkward. Oh, it's real time now. Yeah. Earlier it wasn't.
I didn't want to like turn my back and use it. I'll be next after the break. I thought we were close to the end. That's like before the middle. Yeah, we have 10 more.
Do you want to talk about the John?
The team for Pilot Lead, Pretty Smart, C3PO, and Document Me, come up here, please. Pilot Lead, Pretty Smart, C3PO, and Document Me, please come over here to speak to Ryan.
Google Plus Hangouts.
Oh, that's what it is.
Group I work for develops technology that different users to get more like mobile space with the section of apps to buy for us. Different perspectives. So in order to run user phones and tablets, that's buying translations, etc. And foreign and including yeah, this is below the it's in process. It's above the OS, but below between the front and the hardware. But then you should connect with me on I am from Peru.
And you just go to school in Peru or here?
I went to grad school in history.
Alright guys, can we have you come back and sit down so we start our next round of pitches? If you're outside, can you come in for the next round or at least keep it down so that the people that are pitching next can do their thing. If you guys are in the seats in the crowd in the first 3 or 4 rows, can you please take a seat? Thank you. Alright, so we have our next team coming to pitch, and it is Ricardo Garcia with Pilot.
Hi, I'm Ricardo Garcia, CTO of Pilotly. We are an audience intelligence tool that will transform the way Hollywood makes business decisions based on real-time data. Let me show you our team. Together, we're a group of MIT and Michigan engineers with over 35 years experience across 10 different startups. On our advisory board, we have the ex-head of technology at Turner and the ex-head of research at Hulu. Most recently, we added David Waynes, comedian actor, to our board. They are as excited as we are to tell you the story of Pilotly. So from the 60s to about the mid-90s, TV was a very simple place. You had very few options. You had very simple storylines that appealed to a very wide array of audiences. Today, you have a multitude of shows with very intricate storylines that appeal to very niche audiences. TV today has evolved. In the same way, back in the day, TV distribution was a much different place. You had one or two sets in the house. It was primarily a family activity. But today, you have a multitude of devices and screens you can watch anywhere you want across thousands of different channels. TV distribution has evolved. So back in the day in the 60s, TV research started with a focus group leader, which would turn a few knobs and figure out what the audience did or did not like. Today, it's very much the same. This is crazy when you think of the success rate of pilots. If the pilot industry was an NFL team, they'd have a worse record than the Raiders. So here are some of the services we use on an everyday basis and happily provide feedback because it makes our experience much better day to day. Take Netflix, for instance. They leverage their data, their viewing data, to provide insights for their own business that let them target their own pilots and own shows, and they've been a huge hit. So who's going to do this for Hollywood? Well, we are. We'll be able to provide a representative audience in their native viewing environment, and they'll be able to provide feedback, which we can funnel into a dashboard to create actionable insights. Here you see how a partner views our platform. They're able to create audience segments across age, gender, and social influence, among other factors. From here, you move into the user experience, where we match up a demographic and across a certain set of pilots, and along with using the user's preferences. So a user will click into a particular pilot, and then they can answer on-screen questions to provide feedback for our platform. The partner then goes and can, up to the minute, figure out how a pilot is doing based on their targeted audience. So a little bit about our business model. We plan to have a per panelist fee and a SaaS platform fee. But the best part is the studios pay this, and the users watch for free. We know users are interested because we have over 2,500 users on our beta waitlist, and we've already talked to publishers including Me Too, All Deaf Digital, and Warner Brothers, and are in the process of putting their pilots on our platform. So the market. The consumer insights market is a $43 billion industry. The pilot market itself is caps out at about $20 million, but much in the same way that we can provide Hollywood with data that lets them find audiences, we can leverage that data to provide other companies with consumer insights for their products. Here you see the markets will amplify that 20 million to the tune of hopefully over $1 billion. And Nielsen's does this in the same way. They use their viewing data to take 1.6 billion and amplify it to 5 billion. We're really excited to bring you Pilotly, and if you would please visit www.pilot.ly and sign up for early access, we very much appreciate it. Our seat round is open if there's any investors in the room, so thank you.
If you have 2 minutes to ask questions.
So what's to stop Nielsen from doing this?
So Nielsen is a research-focused company, and they're already trying to save their failing viewing data business. So they've never had any experience creating consumer-side products. They already have a relationship. We as well have relationships in Hollywood from our CEO's past 7 years within trying to become an idea within the Hollywood industry.
So your early access is fully functional, except like a sign up today?
We have 300 daily active users, so 1,200 people signed up for our beta, and we're trying to limit it to people who will give us very good feedback so that we can hone the UI before we mass market and put Warner Brothers pilots on YouTube.
For the desktop, is there a device at the local?
Yes, I'm working on the iOS platform myself. We're in the midst of finding a resource we can get across all the mobile platforms, and the website's already on the function.
1 more minute for questions.
I have a question. So on the demand side, are you only focused on big, CBS, studios? Those are the big studios. Are you also interested in sort of artists who can sort of self-fund their own pilots and are interested in potentially improving its value?
That's very interesting. That's so I do have friends that run smaller studios. For instance, one of the guys who helped on Life of Pi, he creates his own TV shows. But it's hard because there's Festival, for instance, that's trying to break into the same market. So I think we're going to focus on the niche and develop our relationships with studios before we try to jump into that market.
All right, and that's actually, time for questions, so thank you very much. Next, we have a platform that empowers consumers when it comes to cosmetics and personal care products. Please welcome Tria with the Pretty Smart app.
I want everyone stand up. Stand up. Let's go. All right. Take a deep breath. Take it out. And now I want you to keep standing. All right. We're going to play a little game. Sit down if you're wearing lipstick. Lipstick, anyone? Sit down. Okay, there's some stickers. How about mascara? Anyone mascara? Sit down. Wear mascara. Okay. How about let's do cologne? Cologne. Right? Cologne. Any gentlemen? All right. Lastly, we'll do deodorant. Wear deodorant. Great. Very, very great. Not embarrassing people. It's on deodorant day. It's to point out both men and women wear cosmetics and personal care products, whether that be shampoo, lotion, and even deodorant. So what's the problem? Why am I talking to you guys? So what's the problem? Why am I talking to you guys about cosmetics? I'll let you tell me. I want you to take a look at this ingredient, and somebody tell me what it is. Do you want to tell me what it is? No? Anyone? Want to give it a try? No? Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead. It's a cleanser. This is sterile dimonium hydroxypropyl laurel glucoside. Alright. And it turns out it's in your shampoo. And if you didn't know that, you shouldn't feel ashamed because few people know what's in their cosmetics and personal care products and how they function. In 2012, a company called Biozen, this is a national deodorant manufacturer, they found out the average woman puts 550 chemical compounds every day. What's even more interesting is that only 9% of those women knew what those ingredients were and how they function. So, what are we going to do about this problem? What's the solution to making our cosmetics more understandable? Welcome to the Pretty Smart app. This app will make everyday consumers like you and me personal care products ninjas. Because it will help give us the information that we need to make better purchasing decisions. Are you getting the most out of your anti-aging ingredients? Is that shampoo that helps you with your hair loss? And are you allergic to anything in that lotion? The answers to these questions and more are right at your fingertips. Scan the UPC of the product with your phone, and we'll find it in our database. will provide information on ingredients that are targeted towards your preferences. And if you can't find it in our database, you can snap a picture of the product's name and the list of ingredients on the back and add it to yourself. How about that for empowerment? So, let me talk about Jenna. Jenna is one of my YouTube subscribers. I run a YouTube channel. And Jenna just found out that she was recently, or at least her college told her that she's allergic to sweet. So when Jenna uses the Pretty Smart app to buy a product like Maybelline Color Sensational lipstick, she gets an alert to avoid the product. Why? Because there's sesame oil in it. The app knows that Jenna is in CVS, and it recommends an alternative product. In this case, something like L'Oreal Color Reach Lipstick, which doesn't have the sesame oil, it's in the same store, and hey, it's even 20% off. Awesome as that. Every time Jenna and people like her scan a product, the database grows. We get more information on the products on the market, what consumers like, where they're shopping, and their preferences. The data that we collect is valuable to marketers, manufacturers, and also retailers. We can also provide targeted promotions that are geared specifically towards the user's interest. I want everyone to be their own personal care product experts and consumer advocates. The Pretty Smart app will help you guys do just that. Thank you for your time.
2 minutes for questions.
So just where are you in the development? Is this the idea phase still, or is there an app coming, or just?
This is an idea phase still. I have done a little bit of work on getting the ingredients. So I did some data scraping and got 23,000 ingredients. Actually, I have a database out there. And I'm trying to connect that with products. So it is in a planning phase, but it's quickly moving towards being something that's actually.
Good job. That was a great presentation, good energy. I'll say that as an investor, you're drawn to people with energy and enthusiasm, so it's super important to have that and show it. And you need to be reminded with kind of concrete details after that, right? So what is the market size? What's the opportunity here? Kind of going over your question is when a user goes to your website, it's kind of, I know it's still a story up. What keeps them there? What keeps them coming back? What is the stickiness?
Right. Well, the incentive is that our users get customized information. So say you start to make product purchases, what we'll do is we'll record those purchases, see how successful they are for you. And then what we'll do with those purchases is we can make better recommendations so that when they come back, we can say, hey, this product really worked for you. Why don't you try this other product, which should be successful as well, because it's successful for everyone.
One more question.
And where is your technology platform at this point? Where do you see it going? How are you looking at monetizing this project?
Right now, it's a database. Simply put, to be honest, 6 years now, that's what it is. There's lots of data. So what I'm trying to do now is tackle all those different aspects of the data. The interesting thing about that is there's so many angles to this. So today, I'm addressing with you guys the consumer angle, which is the app, but there is also the industry angle, which is that cosmetic manufacturers, regulation, and the ingredients that are allowed in different countries. So I'm trying to build out all those different. And I believe what I have is a really powerful, essentially really powerful database. In terms of monetizing it, I mentioned that a little bit in my presentation. I would like it to be basically aggregating that data, collecting it on the back end, and using it anonymously to be able to sell that information.
Thank you, Trina.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a team with C3PO.
Right. Good afternoon, the GM Coder Summit. How are we all doing today? Okay. All right, I'm John Houston. I'm Thomas Kristen, and in case you couldn't tell, we are twins, so it's in case you're like, yes, it's not so fun. People do it all the time. But we are both high school seniors, but we're going to be attending the University of Illinois this next fall, computer engineering. Why ain't lying? And so we are here to present C3PO, but before I begin, how many of you are Star Wars fans? Okay, so in case you didn't realize, C3PO is a character from a game character. And so we actually did it on purpose, which we'll explain later. But for us, it stands for Children Pioneers Practicing Programming Organization. And so it actually started as a program where we went around to our local school system and we tried to teach kids starting from ages of 5 to 12 computer science education. And a lot of people might say that's way too early to try to get people interested, or kids interested in computer science, but we'll explain later on how that's not true. But today we're actually pitching an app idea because we realized if we want to reach more students, more children, the best way to do that is through mobile app. Because I mean everybody has iPhones these days, tablets, you name it. So this is our idea. Alright, so this is our mission. So we believe that C3PO is innovative than any other company or organization in two main ways. One, we are not reaching the average high school or college students who are majoring already in CS or computer engineering or taking AP classes in CS. We want to reach 5 to 12-year-olds in elementary, middle school age level, and we want to teach them the basics of CS or just the basics of what an algorithm is. The other innovative things to C3PO is we want to make it fun. We don't want to make the parents of the kids force them to go onto this application. We want to make it so the kids do it themselves. And so something that we actually learned today in the growth hack, our workshop number 1, is actually that you can acquire a user, you can get them to sign up, but something you really need is retention. And so by making this app fun, that's how you're going to get people to come back, especially young students aged 5 years old. So before we began this idea, we wanted to go out and ask some 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds, what they actually think computer science is. At that young of an age, they probably have no idea, but we just want to see for ourselves. And so we had them ask. Okay, well the video's not playing, but basically, okay, there we go.
What computer science is? No. You know anything about computer science? No.
Yeah, so I don't know if you caught the last of that, but actually that kid was like saying something about like giant octopus in like science classroom. I don't know, yeah, explosion. I didn't really get what she was saying at first either. But, so this is what we hope the C3PO becomes, an app or any mobile device. And so this is how we want it to work. Something we learned in workshop number 2 is you really want in iOS developing is you really want to keep it simple. As you can see, just 4 main touchscreen boxes. So what we plan to do is we plan to split up by age level. So we have PB programmers and micromites, awesome Androids, macro masters. I know Thomas came really up with the names, so you have to credit for that. And and so what we really want them to do is gain points by going through each level. And now, if a student is actually more advanced than the 5 to 6-year-old, of course they go to micromites if they can advance past the PB programmers level. So we're just going to take you through what the curriculum would look like. And so for the youngest age group, we want to try to get them to think like computer scientists. And so not programming yet, but something that we have to do is maybe try to put in order how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And basically the idea behind this, even though some of you may think it's silly, is to try to make them think analytically like computer science. So what this is supposed to do is really teach them like the basics of what an algorithm is, putting things in order, almost like a list. And I know, I'm pretty sure making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich was the first thing we all did in one of our CS classes at one point. Alright, we're just running out of time. So here's just some more graphics on what the rest of the levels would look like.
Wait, I see one more thing. All right, so this is our website. This explains more about the app and what we really want to do with the app. But right now for us, it's more about users more than, eventually we do want to make it a business. But it's really about getting the kids involved. And one thing we kind of want to do, or we're thinking about, is implementing it into public school. And something that is a dream of ours, and I don't know if it could happen in our lifetime, but is making CS a core standard public school worldwide. And so that's something that we want to really do with C3PO. We're hoping we get like donations or minimum funding, but what we really want is just computer programs that are willing to help out, to really polish our app, to help with design. So that's where we really are. We hope at the University of Illinois we can just continue this project that we've been working on. And so, yeah, thank you.
A couple of quick questions. First of all, beyond the peanut butter sandwich, what's the next step that a child will go through? And how is this product different, scratch, for example?
Yeah, so that's what we kind of bring on time for. But as you go through the levels, it gets harder. And basically by third levels, worlds you saw, is when you actually start programming. And you actually start building things like with programs such as Breaker is awesome androids at the third level. And then like the heavy programming would be like last and masters. I would say what differentiates us from other companies, like Scratch, is we try to make it more enjoyable for the children, for the user. I don't think a lot of programs are going to have anything like peanut butter and jelly sandwich at the age of 5, and then that's going to be up to eventually you program. And you don't even realize when you're at the age of 5 that by the time you're 12, you're going to be programmed. And so that's what we really want to hit with these children. We want to make them not realize what they're actually doing, and then they're going to see, oh my God, this is computer science. It's so much fun.
At what age do you actually have to start going from these types of products to actual clothing?
9 to 10.
30 seconds for questions.
So obviously, huge area of potential growth. Do you have any kids that you're teaching this to?
Yeah, that's what some of the kids there, and then in our school system. But right now, because we don't really have the app off the ground yet, it's just nearby.
But even just conceiving the steps is extremely important, and just testing it out with kids at this point before you can start building the app.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys.
Next up, we have Degamenti.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Francisco. It's a pleasure to be here. I initially got involved with this project because it was a personal issue. I'm a document recipient of the document, and I saw the tremendous impact that document had in my life.
Hi, my name is Kevin Park. I'm a freelance web designer and ambassador at Forward LLC in LA. I'm a huge supporter of immigration reform. I'm an immigrant myself from South Korea, and have so many immigrant friends who are struggling every day due to lack of immigration reform. So I'm really excited to be here to share with you our project ultimately.
My name is Jorge Oratia. I am also an immigrant, a documented immigrant. I live in the United States for 27 years. I haven't been able to get a work permit. I have not minded. I've been able to get an associate in computer science, bachelor's in computer science. I'm really helping out the young people so that they don't have to go through what I went through.
So what is a software engineer? Right? Can't exercise his profession because of our immigration laws. So DocumentMe.org casts into the shadows of American society. Our team developed an application, a tool, to capture value and insight where American society has marginalized. We're in the process right now of fine-tuning an instrument that was previously already launched at the end of last year to measure the economic impact of DACA. So there was a set of different instruments for different approaches: research, organized strategy, technology, and advocacy. which seek to address one of the largest and greatest human rights crises in the developed world. There's 11 million undocumented immigrants in this country, undocumented Americans. And they are restricted from access to financial instruments, pay equity, education, everything that we might take for granted, they don't have. In spite of this, they're able to generate huge revenues for both the public and private sector, and they make up a huge chunk of the workforce and are high participants in that workforce. And 3 million of them make up our future demographics. And what I mean by this, the DACA program, which I'm a beneficiary of, actually came about through political pressure for my generation. And this is the target population at this point that we want to look into, we want to analyze, because we feel that this will give us a snapshot of what comprehensive immigration reform will potentiate socially, economically. And if you receive DACA, I don't have to tell you this. You know it for a fact. But one of the things we know is that it's not anecdotal. It's not just anecdotal. It's across the board. So our financial instrument, our tool, our online tool that we utilize, looked into these factors and measured them. We're lucky enough to present this at the White House in front of members of the Obama administration, Cato Institute, MasterCard, Oviedo, a set of NGO and government officials, including USCIS. And the results were staggering, as you can see. The ranges were pretty astounding. Access to benefits, wages, types of benefits, mostly through new employment opportunities, access to credit, loans. This is one of the areas where we saw challenges. As you can see that the access and use of loans was not as great as the other. So, in utilizing this technology tool, we realized that there was a shortcut. And Kevin is going to discuss how we're doing this.
So now we're creating 2.0 with mobile focus. We're trying to make the most modern, simple, and user-friendly web app on Rails.
That's right. I've donated my skills to make a difference in implementing the survey, which is the instrument, the current instrument that we're going to be using. We implemented with Ruby on Rails, and we can use the data to be used later on as a dashboard and other needs that we may have.
Because of the lack of time, I just want to say that with the use of technological tools and old-fashioned organizing, we can actually accelerate the direction of getting to immigration reform. And that's part of the scheme of building this application and hopefully this ecosystem and impacting political change.
Thank you guys for being here and for sharing your stories, and Kevin, you're the man. I have a question, which is how have you guys tried getting this information in front of members of Congress? What have you found effective? What have you found they respond most to? What aren't they as responsive to?
So our initial population size was just 215, and then we did another study with about 300 with a nonprofit org. And I think once we scale up the numbers, I think we'll have a greater impact. And once we implement these technology tools, I think our impact will be much greater. Because at this point, and then just being strategic with partnerships that we develop in the communities and nationally with tech groups.
Great job, guys. I think it's a super important part of what's going on right now, not only for our community, but I'm sure you know the exploitation goes on here. So in this effort of yours, is there a do you see an opportunity there to provide services? Maybe I didn't catch it, like something to maybe help folks that don't have access to credit, things of that nature, or are you focused more exclusively to advocacy and making further change for this community and others like it?
Yeah, so one of the things we've realized, Ustino and others who have qualified for DACA, is that the DACA program and even legalization will not be enough, right? We need to develop financial instruments, all sorts of resources. In fact, this graph here shows the barriers to DOT enrollment, and this can be replicated. For the DOT program, right? Access to capital is a problem. Lack of information, distrust with the government. We can use technological tools, right, to address many of these issues here. So I think if it would be hard to just narrow it down, that we really are thinking on a much broader scale. That's why we're here.
We are also thinking of building our API to institutions like banks and credit services. Also, live dashboard that anyone in the world can have access to if they need the data. And lastly, we're hoping to integrate financial and legal services in the app for DOT recipients, so they can really click and browse all the options they have on our app. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have no more time for questions, but thank you so much, guys. We are going to have another quick 10-minute break, but we want to start right at 10 minutes this time because we want to make sure we get you guys home soon. So go ahead and take a break. We'll be back in your seats in 10 minutes for the last round of pitches and for the judges' decision.
¿Qué pasó? Oh, no,
Yes.
Hey, we get some coffee. Why?
I'm just our project is unfortunately I don't understand. Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to do that. Good job up there. See if we come here. I got it. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the books at the back. So it's only about 4. And then they have like a reception. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I was happy to hear this. This is amazing. I'm fine.
But I mean,
This is the one
that
didn't come out by the way. There's been a platform to actually correct. Okay. There we go. That's how he knows about it. So now
he's on all the time movie.
Good. Yeah, we're trying to fix it. Absolutely. I've heard of two stories. What happened? Actual impact. Thanks for the results. Yes.
I love when you go.
Economic citizenship, don't waste any shovel lots, please come over here and speak to Brian.
I put on Facebook, or whatever that's from. Talking to me about Florida. I think it's amazing that I have a dog.
Are we going to connect? Are we going to do this? Yes? Okay. What is this? Thank you.
I'm gonna say like barely When you get there, everybody take a seat.
It's been a while though.
Alright, everybody, we're about to start the next round of pitching, so please, if you have not taken a seat yet, please take a seat.
I don't even what are you doing right now? I mean, are you gonna go? Stanford? Where's the yeah. Wait, you live in the same city, right? Now there's a no, we're seniors right now.
Alright, everybody, so we are going on to our last round of pitching. So we have rounds coming up. A lot of folks over there that are speaking. It's fine if you guys want to sit down, but
No,
please respect people that are coming up to pitch and
Probably freshman year.
thank you. Alright. First up in this round is Rolando with Caramba.
Hello everyone. My name is Rolando Wagner, and I'm going to tell you just briefly my story why I'm here. I'm originally from Chile, and I'm a software engineer. And I got here 4 years ago because of an acqui-hire by Zynga. We were the only two software engineers that got acqui-hired, Latino software engineers that got acqui-hired by Zynga. And then I was working also as a software engineer there. I moved to Bundle, an ad tech company here in San Francisco, where I work as the engineering manager for the mobile team. And I'm in charge also of designing and architecting the entire mobile stack. One of the things that really worry me and I'm very concerned and passionate about is education. And because of that, I want to use my skills as a software engineer to improve education. And that's why we started Learning Shift 3 years ago to create applications and video games with the educational purpose. And that's why I'm here today, to talk about Caramba. So one thing that I want to ask everyone is, how is your español? Good, muy bien. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good that you didn't answer in English. Okay, so Caramba is a Spanish learning game, and even though it can be used by learners of Spanish as a second language, it's also very useful for heritage speakers. And that's one thing that that's one part that's important for us, because most of the time, those heritage speakers do not have the resources or support to improve their literacy skills. And those skills will impact in the future directly to their academic success. That's why we care about that, and that's why we decided to work with Caramba. Caramba was completely bootstrapped by us. We've been working in this project for 2 years now. It's already out there. And initially, we decided to go with an HTML5 version, so you can play Caramba in both the web and in the mobile phones. Later on, we moved to a fully native mobile client, so everything is connected. And we also decided to add a web platform. And through this web platform, what we do is we promote Spanish from Latin America, which is not that broad, and we don't have, teachers don't have that many resources to teach Spanish from Latin America. And that's a really important point for us also, teachers, because all the tools that we like to develop in learning shifts, we want to try to embed them in the classroom. And that means we need to work with teachers. And that's what we did. Through this web portal, teachers can log into Caramba and modify and adapt the play session for every student according to the needs of their own classroom. Because we know, because we have teachers as part of our team, that every classroom is different, and teachers love to adapt the content to their own needs. Through this platform, teachers can not only adapt the content, like I said before, but they can also gather data and analytics about the play session. How many words did they play the words that I said to them, how many good words, etc. With all this information and with all this data, teachers can take informed decisions about how to improve the way they teach their students Spanish. For us, Caramba has been a very rewarding project. It has been downloaded more than 5,000 times now through all the platforms. And even more important for us, it's already being used by teachers. Just last week, one professor from the University of Florida presented how she is currently using Caramba in her classroom. And she did that in the Pearson Insight conference. We're also doing a research article in Chile, seeing how Caramba can improve the Spanish learning for American students of Spanish in Chile. What we want to do now in the future is to expand the reach of Caramba, take it to increase the reach of the community, the people that we're touching with this game, and with the tools that we're building. And that means reaching more schools, more teachers, universities, etc. So thank you for listening today. Thank you for your time. And I will ask everyone to help us grow this reach by downloading now Caramba from the Google Play and Google App Store. Apple App Store. Thank you.
So I'm gratitude, but I am a parent. Could I download this and put my kids up with it?
Of course, yes. It's not tied to a classroom, but if you want to just play the new learner mode or the advanced mode, you can just go ahead and it's going to use a dictionary for Spanish words.
So how new is you? How young?
The new learner?
Yeah,
we took the most frequent 100 words from Spanish, and we suggest that during the intake, so you don't get frustrated. You can start continuing playing and learning more words.
Okay, and how are you determining that you might want to register my children, or is it?
No. Right now it's a completely free program. I mean, it's a completely free app. Just download it. What we're doing now is to reach our community and our user base. That's what we're focusing right now.
And do you have a vision for where you want to take the company, or do you want to keep it as a free service?
That's a very good question. Like I said before, Learning Shift, the company that built Caramba, is an EdTech company, and Caramba is one of our games. Right? It's one product where we want to take it out, spread the word, build our community, increase the reach for our user base.
Does the platform lend itself to potentially adding other languages down the line?
Yes, of course. In theory, I mean, you can just upload any list of words that you want. They can be in any language. The only thing is that Caramba is meant to promote Latino culture, so if you play, you're going to hear a very nice Latino music while playing.
And one other good question. So it's live now. Like, how many people, once they download it, open it, play it, do they come back again? Like, what percentage? Like, what's your engagement?
That's a very good question. Right now, what we're seeing is from the whole user base, there are chunks that it seems to be that they're playing it from classrooms. So I would say around 60% of them are just constantly playing in chunks of time.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have the Smiley Go team.
Is that working? All right.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin our presentation, I would like for all of you to smile. Give me a huge smile. Judges, there we go. Thank you so much. Smiley Go. Smiley is a tech platform that is redefining the way business is done. We're matching corporations with the nonprofit sector via our online tech platform. So one of the biggest problems is that to incorporate philanthropy is extremely difficult. It takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of money. Talking to companies like Google, Bank of America, Adobe, I was able to identify an unmet need, a pain point for these companies. And that is, it's really hard to measure the impact that their philanthropic dollars are having. Yes, Google might donate $5 million to, let's say, a nonprofit in Africa, but they only know that those $5 million are going there. But we want to measure and track the actual meaningful impact that the dollars are having over there. And we're doing this through an algorithm, through a tech platform. We're also facilitating the way that companies match with nonprofits. We're trying to get nonprofits from not only here in the US, but from around the world. And we're offering these nonprofits a database of many nonprofits to companies, all on our platform, making it really easy and streamlining the process of corporate social responsibility.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pedro Espinoza. I am the chairman. Who here has been to Peru? Peru. Woo. Who has heard of Machu Picchu? Yay. Okay. So when I was 18, not so long ago, I was promoted to be a station manager at Shell in Peru. My boss, the chief marketing officer in Peru, told me, Pedro, I want you to sell 4,000 gallons of diesel per day at your gas station. I was like, sure. And I had a team, and we did it pretty well. You know, Shell does an amazing thing in customer index, evaluating and everything. However, our petroleum refinery in Lima messed up. And so the environment got really polluted. The air pollution in Lima is one of the worst in Latin America, if you can research. And so we decided to try to rebrand and improve our branding, our customer loyalty, because our sales decreased. And so I decided to implement a CSR, corporate social responsibility, in the station. So that increased administrative costs by more than 12% in less than 3 months in the gas station, to reach out to local nonprofits that help green businesses that do reforestation in Lima, because it's a desert. And so we lost a lot of time, money, and recruiting in, training all these new employees for this new CSR department. And it was really rough. At the end, my boss, the chief marketing officer, decided to not go with the CSR idea just because in Peru, we lack the CSR experience and the expertise to implement this.
And for me, I'm Dr. Dorado Leon. I'm very passionate about giving back to the community. I volunteer at many orphanages in Mexico. And for me, that was the idea. When I came to study at Berkeley, I wanted to build a tech platform to help people around the whole world, not just here in the US or my community, but around the world. And that's why we decided to build a tech platform.
Hello, and I'm Michael Linker. I'm in charge of the tech here at SmileyGo. I am a first year here at the University of Berkeley. Not here, actually. This is the rival school. So now we're going to go into how it works. So what's the platform that's actually up online as you see? So here, we're going to look at the SmileyGo platform that has the map. Now, so you can go through and look at geographical visualization. And you'll see that here, the red markers represent how many users there are, whether it's benefactor or nonprofit. And the blue is the branches of where we're currently located. So we have a few people there that actually go around and talk to these nonprofits and corporations local to their countries and cities that they're located. Now, you can also, in the very near future, we plan to implement new features in the next couple of months, such as if a corporation partners with a nonprofit, which we'll be able to do on our site, it'll show like a flight tab, so that you know by looking at our site who's partnering with who. Now, if you click, you can actually, it'll show an info window displaying who's there. So for the users, if you click on one, we have one in Peru called Pan Peru. You'd say the name, and you click on it, and it goes straight to the profile. So if you're doing it yourself, instead of using the SmileyGo algorithm, then you can facilitate the transaction, or not the transaction, so partnerships yourself and everything else. Now, before I show the profiles, we're going to show another way that you can search through our database, and that's categories. Right now we have 10, and they're dynamic, so we can have more at any time that will scale with our users. And if you were to click on one of these, it would take you to the profile list as well. Now here, when you get to the profiles, you can browse through with different categories, with whether it's a nonprofit or a corporation. And in the future, the Smiley algorithm will be based on this and using machine learning so that we can scale our algorithm with who it affects.
Ultimately, we're accelerating companies doing CSR, streamlining the process, making it easier to create actual impact around the world. Thank you.
How are you actually measuring the impact of these nonprofits?
So that's a part of the features that I didn't get a chance to get to, so I was running short on time. But we're going to have metrics. And we're also going to have user ratings as well as our own ratings and verification. So we're looking into partnering with certain companies around, I think one case in Canada, they said they validate these nonprofits as their own profession. So we were given advice by certain mentors and investors that we should outsource this because it's an entire community and we're focusing on the connection ourselves. So we're going to try.
There's going to be machine learning as well to build the whole algorithm.
I think one of the trends, especially here in the Valley, is in hiring corporate social responsibility departments and people. Is this platform something that targets a professional staffer at a company, or is it more for companies that maybe are unable to afford something like that or aren't necessarily interested?
Yeah, it's more for targeted for companies.
So companies that have hired, that have a CSR.
Right, and in the future, we just want all the companies to externalize CSR to us. We'll do the work for that.
So is this live now? Do you actually have an active database because the company signed up?
Yes, we do. It's live now. You can register as a nonprofit or benefactor, either a company or an individual. And you can look at several nonprofits from around the world that are registered so far.
So you're looking to connect corporations with nonprofits actually doing good out there. Now, so if I'm a corporation or a foundation, that's not right.
Right.
I'm going to look for folks who are willing to give me these metrics so that I know that somebody's going to good use.
Right, and we do that. We build the metrics for you, and we pretty much hold the hand of the company throughout the whole process of doing corporate philanthropy.
Great, thank you very much. Next up, we have the Economic Citizenship App team.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Leo Escamado. I am the co-director of a nonprofit called TIGRA. We have created a consumer movement in the immigrant rights community.
I'm Debbie Hamilton, and I'm developing a social science app with TIGRA.
I'm Eunice Hernandez, and I'm a coach with the Economic Citizenship Program. So Social Sense is an economic citizenship app that empowers the Latino and immigrant community to invest in their local economy. So last week in San Jose, we held our first economic citizenship program with mostly undocumented housewives. So before the workshop, they weren't aware of where our money goes after we spend it, nor the importance of having good credit. One of them didn't have a bank account because she didn't believe in banks. She was afraid of predatory lending and getting into debt. Simply, she was afraid of losing the very little money her family has. Ironically, though, she was still losing money to check cashing places. So through the workshop, we help participants identify good banking partners and realize the importance of making our economic choices matter. So what is economic citizenship? It's using our dollars, our money, to empower and support our community. And the best example is shopping at businesses whose practices support the local economy by paying good wages, using local sourcing, and being locally owned. Now this is especially important because Latinos currently have $1.5 trillion of purchasing power. Now, all of that spending power will impact the well-being of our families and communities, right? So every time we handle money, we make economic choices, such as where we go out to eat and buy groceries. Do we go to a big chain store, or do we go to a farmer's market? And also, where we save and borrow money. Do we bank at a big bank, where only 17 cents to the dollar stays in the community, or a credit union, where 76 cents to the dollar stays in the local community? And also, how we send money back to our native countries. Do we do it through a brick and mortar place, or through a free online service? So how can we make economic citizenship a reality? Well, currently we're training promotoras such as myself on how to invest in the local economy. And we're doing that through strong partnerships with local organizations such as TIGRA, local financial institutions, and businesses. And we're doing 3 things specifically. One, we're establishing and improving the credit scores of participants. We're also directing them to financial institutions that invest in their economy, in the local economy, by investing more in its members. And through promoting the Social Sense app and the challenge, which helps participants and people around them make better spending choices that recirculate money back into the local economy. So the app is essentially a way to track their progress, and it's where the coaching happens. It's essentially a powerful financial literacy tool.
So the Social Sense app is currently a prototype built with Backbone.js, Node.js, MongoDB, and hosted on Heroku. As you can see, the design has a long way to go. Our HTML and CSS could use some work, but it does have the core functionality. So our users who are in the program and getting coached to help answer these questions can enter information about the categories you see, about how they're spending, saving, and spending their money. The app will then calculate an economic citizenship score. A high score represents that your financial practices are supporting your community, as you use businesses that have good wages, local sourcing, and local ownership. So besides the core functionality, we also have strong community partnerships. And with these partnerships, we have our coaches who are trained and already holding workshops like the one Eunice told you about. And this summer we'll be testing our model by piloting the app with 50 users who will be able to help us identify their needs. Moving forward, we'll use the TIGRA community to crowdsource data about local business practices, and we'll gradually move the logic of financial coaching and economic citizenship off of the coaches and into the app, so that people outside of TIGRA's organizing network can also participate and benefit from the tool. To get there, we need you. So if you're in the audience and you're interested in joining us as a mentor, a designer, or an engineer, please go to tinyurl.com/socialsense and let us know, and we can follow up with you.
Just wanted to reiterate. The app essentially really is just a tool. Individually, you could see the impact of seeing one's credit. At the same time, it's a voice for the undocumented communities who don't have a political voice at this time. So we're using our economic power to be our voice and for a platform for businesses, financial institutions to learn about the immigrant community. Thank you.
Question here. Is this a business, a for-profit business, or is it a nonprofit?
This is a nonprofit, primarily an educational tool.
Okay, okay.
What we do see is a platform, maybe we have 2 to 3, that we do have a for-profit arm, where we hopefully to be a platform for financial institutions to use as far as in addition to understand some scripts.
Okay.
So how is and I don't quite understand, is this a TIGRA project or is it independent of TIGRA?
Yes, it's sponsored by TIGRA.
It's sponsored by TIGRA.
It's TIGRA and also our members in conjunction with local community organizations throughout the nation.
So how is this related to, I know the previous project that TIGRA worked with remittance companies, is that still happening?
Yes, so the remittance companies, that we created the only fair, we created standards in the remittance industry, so a lot of those standards are folded into this app as far as rating companies.
So you're taking the cheaper model that was for remittance companies?
Yes.
You're not doing it for domestic financial companies. Good.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Domus.
Hello, my name is Kyra Villanueva. I'm a student at Columbia University studying computer science. And when I'm not studying my algorithms, I'm developing video games in my spare time. I'm also an activist, part of Code Liberation Foundation. We've taught over 1,000 women free game development workshops in Unity 2D. And right now, I'm experimenting with Unreal Engine. Just a little bit of background. I grew up in New Jersey, right by the border of New York City, so the city was always there whenever I needed it. The opportunities are there. But as I go into the city more often, I notice that these opportunities are only available to those who can't afford it. So what's the problem that I'm trying to look at? I'm looking at homelessness. These are just some general statistics on homelessness based on Coalition for Homeless.org in New York City. So we have more homeless people now in New York City than we did back then during the Great Depression. That's pretty, surprising. And there's over 160,000 homeless women, children, and women, living in New York City in the streets, and they're just there. These statistics are taken from last year. One of the primary causes of homelessness is lack of affordable housing. And how do we solve this problem? Well, before we solve any problem, we first acknowledge the problem itself exists. So this is where Domus comes in. Domus is a platform that's more than just a platform. It is a video game. At first, I like making video games, and I started making video games when I was making mods in Half-Life. And first, I was messing up with Domus, and I realized, how can I combine social activism with the things that I love? And I realized that Domus can do that. So now I'm developing Domus as a video game. And these are just some screenshots of Domus. And I'm developing it right now in Unreal Engine. So what Domus does is that you collect pieces of stories from a homeless person. So it's narrating a story from a homeless person as you go into a first-person action-adventure game. Afterwards, when you finish the game, you go into the website, and the website, this is the type of the website, and the website's going to have videos spanning across, basically videos from homeless people, and it's going to be interviews of their stories. So if you ever heard of Humans from New York, it's going to be like that. So it's going to be displaying their own personal experiences. And last but not least, this is the first teaser trailer of Domus. And it should be in the Steam store around November. Thank you.
I think that what you do is really beautiful. And storytelling is one of the most effective forms of advocacy, be it for homelessness, immigration reform, all sorts of issues. I guess my suggestion would be for you to create something that you could license to other organizations that are interested in humanizing various complicated political issues using storytelling. And our organization is constantly trying to figure out ways to talk about immigration reform in a way that people can relate. And a beautiful video game like this is a great idea. I imagine a lot of other organizations are interested in this kind of technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Shovel Apps.
Hello everyone, thanks for coming here.
And originally from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Shower Labs. Before I start talking about what is Shower Labs about, I would like to know how many people here have already developed a mobile app before? Great. And how many of you have done it in less than 18 weeks for Android and iOS simultaneously? Well, that's a good percentage. Well, this is a really big problem because, in 18 weeks, people will be doing tons of things. For giving you some examples, you can build almost 2 airplanes in 18 weeks. You can build the base of the Giza pyramid, or almost take Apollo 11 14 times to the moon. So we are talking about really tons of time spent only in creating mobile applications. And this is only one of the problems, because when you have to create a mobile app, you also need tons of abilities and skills. You need always the graphic designers, mobile developers for Android, and an iOS developer too. But also, you have to spend a lot of time creating the web service that is the one that's going to get your mobile app updated every time. So we end up spending no less than $30,000 for creating only a single mobile application. Okay. So why do people create mobile apps if it's so complex? Well, 50% of the web traffic nowadays is mobile. And it's estimated that the mobile market is spent about $143 billion each year, and which $19 billion of this are spent only in mobile development services. So we are talking about tons of money spent only in mobile development services. And this is why we created Shower Labs. Shower Labs is the first open source CMS and mobile app maker that enables graphic designers, web developers, and businesses to create powerful mobile applications for Android and iOS simultaneously, but only using web technologies. So the whole platform has been developed only using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Node.js. So from now, graphic designers are going to be able to create powerful mobile applications just using HTML and CSS for creating the themes and extending the functionality through the use of plugins. Web developers are going to be able to modify the source code with ease without having to learn any additional language. And businesses will be able to concentrate their mobile and also marketing teams working together in real time from a single web platform. Our business model is a freemium-based plan, which starts for free for creating any type of mobile app, and you can get up to $5,000 for free, and then you can upgrade to premium plans, starting from $10 per month. So I want to invite you all to join us and start creating your own mobile app today. Thank you.
So you mentioned the source code there. So as a developer, you could download the code or somehow access the code and modify it and add some extra functionality that you might have supported.
Exactly. We just publish all the source codes this way. So it's already available to use and modify.
So, and what if your customization is entirely up to you, or can we hire customization?
Well, of course, we are going to offer support to companies that need some advice on how to create a mobile app or directly doing mobile app. In fact, one of our first customers are taking from Australia and already asking us to create a mobile app for them.
How much does that cost?
$60,000.
$60,000.
No, the price is great. Much less.
How many downloads have you asked? I mean, keep track.
That was published, so it's very new.
findings.
Money or what's?
Oh, yeah, we already raised some money from some family from Argentina, that's here in the area. We are still raising $250,000 and still around.
Awesome, thank you guys so much. Alright, that was the last speech, so we're gonna give our judges 10 minutes to deliberate and choose the top 3 winners, so meet back here in 10 minutes, for the decision. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, I think it went pretty well. I added a lot of lists and stuff there. And we tried Well, right now we're trying to get up that's although it is nice to yeah, don't wear yellow exactly.
Don't have a smile like that.
You're the yes, it should be interesting. Right now, like, go up and continue. These are UI Oh, really? Yeah. Nice. Because I just moved to this it's kind of cold right here. Yeah. So you get really excited as well. Yeah. What's Virginia back? I tell people immediately to your Yeah. Where'd you go after It's 15 minutes ago. Yeah, the Bay Area. It was just
All right, everybody, we have you come
so she's going back here.
back and sit down. Our judges have made their final decision.
No, exactly.
All right, so the judges have made a decision, but I wanted to thank all the people who gave pitches, so let's give them a round of applause. Also want to remind everyone that the top 3 winners will be part of LOFT Labs, and their project will be featured to our network of over 100,000 members. There will be a spotlight on innovation conducted of their project. They'll also get help connecting to necessary support resources like legal mentorship and other resources, and a grand prize of $1,000 to use for their project. So. We're going to let the judges give 30 seconds of feedback and remarks on all the projects before we actually announce the winners.
And obviously, 30 seconds won't do justice, but I mean, I think we're all in agreement. Fascinating group of exciting ideas from all over. We basically decided to concentrate on those that were most advanced in terms of getting to the market, and also with an eye on social impact. So that was our criteria, and we think that a lot of them that we didn't think are on their way, but we did think we picked the top 3. So we almost had a tie, and we'll mention there's an honorable mention that we wanted. You can use that in your resume.
Thank you. So I want to just thank all of you guys, those of you who watched, those of you who pitched. This is not easy, it is totally terrifying. I brought my parents, my mom got a pitch competition, had something to do with baseball, and they participated and learned this entire time, just totally amazed. You guys are the future, and you're all really incredible, and I know that all of you, I think, are going to be on covers of magazines one day. So one thing that I want to say around some of the pitches that I liked a bit more. The more I learned about you guys, I think the more I was excited about your ideas. Personal stories are extremely impactful when it comes to politics, when it comes to organizing, when it comes to building relationships, but also when it comes to pitching. People are interested in if you're the person who really delivered the idea that you have. So those of you who felt comfortable telling your stories, talking about why you care, what you care about, I think really pushed it over the edge, and I would encourage everyone who didn't, or was practice pitches at home, to include just a brief personal story about why you care and why you started the company that you're starting.
So I would like to also add to that, as far as personal stories, the motivation, your energy, right? It was mentioned earlier, it's really important. I'd also like to congratulate everybody and really applaud you for coming up in front of a room full of strangers. You know, being a startup founder, let me tell you, it's hard. I know what it's like. And so on that end, let me tell you that as far as the presentations go, you also got to really focus on, like, if you really want money, you got to tell these folks that have money why they would give you that money. They're just not going to give it to you because it's a really good idea. Show us what you got. Right? You got to get that out there real quick and in a meaningful way. And being a startup founder myself and being in the middle of all this stuff, if I have some advice for you, if you care to come up and talk to myself or my co-founder, we definitely, again, it's just our own advice, another perspective on how hard this is, and maybe a couple different ways to speak your message, because we failed at delivering our message for many years, right? We've been at this for a while, and we've improved upon this. So if you'd like to get our feedback one-on-one, I'd be more than happy to do it.
So I will also say thank you so much for everyone who came out today. I think the things that I looked for and were helpful for me was giving me some context around why now, right? And so we're seeing this trend on local And that impacts kind of like what we've done in the past and how we're going to go forward with that. And so I think for me, the companies that were able to help me understand and frame why today matters and why this particular product is important in this moment were the ones that really stood out to me. So I think as you look forward and want to build companies, understanding that history and that context will also allow everyone else to kind of get excited about it.
Yeah, I echo everybody here, and thanks everyone for being here and pitching, and thank you for thanks Heritage Foundation for inviting me. I've invested in a lot of companies, and what wasn't said earlier is that I was also part of a founding team in Boston. We started an internet company there, raised about $10 million. That was a very difficult process, and it wasn't all at once. And what I'll say is that when you're out raising money, enthusiasm and energy, as the owner said, is very important, but ultimately, the only people that are going to follow that are the folks that really love you, that are behind you, and going to give you money no matter what, right? But ultimately, you got to get to the next level, and to do that, you got to be able to quantify, right? And what I didn't see today, and today is just practice, and we're all friends here and all that, right? But really, what would be good for next time is you really got to have even one slide. A picture's worth 1,000 words, right? We all know that saying. Well, you got to have that visual. What is the market we're talking about? What's the size of the pain that we're going to address here? And what does it mean for us as a company? What does it mean for you as an investor? Right? If you can't walk away with that as a potential investor after just a 3-second conversation, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, right? So you guys, it takes time to get this down, right? So if you're not there, or if you're there, you got to keep going back and forth and reiterating. We did it many, 100 times, and you will too. But try to keep that in mind. That, just my own opinion, just try to keep that in mind. That energy, enthusiasm, absolutely critical. But you've got to have the numbers, the quantification behind it. You know what? Frankly, forget the investor for your own self. Right? Why waste your time on something that's not going to be a successful, financially successful business? So you really got to do that, okay? And for every business that was up here today, all that data is available, right? There's no great new world company up here, right? It's all faster, better, cheaper. So the data's there. So anyway, I think it took more than 30 seconds here, but like I already said, I'm happy to talk to anyone about anything regarding raising money, investing, starting a business strategy, whatever. I'm available to help. Thanks.
Alright, so I'm going to announce the winners, and I would like the winning teams to stand up. The first winner is Study Room. The second winner is Pilot League. And finally, Document Me.
You have an honorable mention. You have Librex. Absolutely.
All right, thank you, everybody. We are going to transition to the final part of this, and it's a round table that will be hosted by Emmanuel, so I'm going to let him take it from here.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, judges. We're going one more round of applause. All right, so this is going to be the final session as we all sit down up here so that we can wrap this day, which to me was amazing. I don't know how it was for you, but if I can hear from some kind of noise or clap, how was it for you? All right, so this is a sort of rapid fire feedback session. Okay, and feedback is the most important part of this, I think. But the second most important part is commitment. We as the Hispanic Heritage Foundation, my name is Emmanuel Leites, I'm the chairman of the board of directors of the Hispanic Heritage Foundation. I don't work on it as a job, but I work on it pretty much every day. We're committed. Okay, so part of what we're going to do here is that we want feedback from you on how we can make this type of day better. But also, what do we build on top of this moving forward? We have our own ideas. Trust me, we think about this all the time.
but we know that we may not have the best ideas and we'd rather crowdsource them, right? Second is, what is your commitment? If you're willing to commit to help us do that, let us know. And we will follow up and we will build something beautiful together. Okay, so that's my prompt. I will quickly say the names. You know most of the folks up here, but Estefania Ortiz, who was our student leader, and we had an idea, she had an idea, yeah, give us a round of applause. Chapa, who does also Stanford alum, is our Northern California lead for LOFT. Also has a day job, but pretty much talks to Dante at 3 in the morning sometimes when he has a call and he's help on something, or and is just always with us and has a very unique perspective from founding his own company and being a student and immersed in technology. And he'll talk a little bit about what he does when he speaks. Jasmine Zamorano runs the bulk of our programs in the STEM space in general around the country. She travels around the country. So we might hear, you should do this, and then she'll say, I should never. But it's going to be good feedback to hear. And Stephanie Vera, who joined us, she's the CLO of our organization, so she's going to be able to give that feedback more of an operational perspective of whether or not we can do something, or do we even have the money to do that, or sometimes I push and say, I don't care if we have the money to do it, we just got to do it, just like this course. I mean, we don't have any funding to do this, and we just build it and it came together. So I'll stop there, and I'll start accepting the first comments out there in the crowd. Please, and say your name, and then give us whatever you're going to say. It could be a question, comment, feedback, commitment.
Yeah, I'm Emerson. I guess my feedback would be that I think it would have been very beneficial to have mentors and a session for you to go and talk to mentors. Because a lot of people came here with ideas, a lot of people are getting started with their own companies or things that they're working on right now, and they needed some guidance. So I think that would have been very beneficial. So that's a positive thing. A negative thing, I think, the iOS workshop, I did not attend. I did not have practice with it. But I've taught iOS before, and teaching iOS in an hour is like really not possible. So I don't know about the people that did iOS. I guess they can comment on that. But if you're going to come out of here building on top of that, I would like to hear that, but I don't think that is really the case. And I guess my commitment to you guys is that I'm a mentor for LSA, I'm a mentor for Avion, I'm a mentor for 1440, and I'm proud to be a mentor for this.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So, just so you know, Brian and Alberto, they're taking notes, and they will actually send in a follow-up email with some of the commitments that happened. And not necessarily pointing out individuals, but just commitments and organizations, so you kind of know where else we handle it too. But who attended the iOS app workshop? Anyone want to give a response to what he said? So.
Well, I will agree with him and say that, yeah, it's not, I don't think it was meant to be, I think from the outside, you might think, yeah, we learned to build iOS apps in the house. That really wasn't what it was about. I think sitting through, maybe I thought maybe 30 minutes of it, was more about, it was a really good hour of design. So, Danilo, who presented a lot of information, I learned some stuff, right? And called out some things that you might miss if you're not really looking at an iOS app as a designer. And there were a couple of different tools that you pulled up that, I know that when I go back and start doing iOS development, I will get that up a bunch. So it's not something to say, hey, I'm going to go build something, but definitely something to get you started. And since I'm in the business of getting people started, the most important thing is getting people started, right? As I think Mike was talked about earlier, in your startup, you got to start. And so that really empowered people to start and get off the ground.
Thank you. Any comments up here from folks? Yes.
Hi, so what would be the recommended time to have this workshop? Any quick ideas?
Well, I think we have to keep things realistic, right? It's realistic. And so I think maybe just framing what was titled might have been just the area of improvement, because this is what I took these people to code. It's not possible in an hour, right? It's not possible in an afternoon. But what you can do is give them an idea that they can do it, right? That is a seed that you can plant in an hour, right? If you can plant it and then, follow up, more programming, and grow that. Thank you, everybody.
Anyone else?
I want to touch on something that the keynote speaker mentioned, using the word humility, and that is a less positive way to look at that is the sort of insecurity and self-deprecation kind of in the Hispanic community in regards to entering the tech realm. I think we are more capable than we think. We recently heard a guy who was a Mexican American who has no formal experience in IT, but he's pretty good, and he's doing well. So I think something that would address that more would be very useful.
Can you name us again?
My name is Heinz.
Heinz?
I am Mexican, like, swipe the name.
Yeah.
One quick thought is so many people here today that I talked to, you found a way to get it done. You found a way to build what you are building. You found a way to be in the class that you're in order to get here today. And so you all are oftentimes more powerful than you even think or let yourselves believe. Like when you were telling me stories about how you got here or what you do, to me, kind of blows me away. So again, we are much more powerful than maybe we give ourselves credit.
Do it with conviction is stuck in us. Anyone else? Anyone else? I had a question. How many who here is not? So I know there's some technology professionals in here. And clearly, there's a lot of engineering students, right? People in the tech sector. So who here is not in the tech sector? As a profession. So here we see a minority. Right, so I'm in the business of diversity. This is not a diverse group, right? This is not a diverse group. We need to bring more people into this room, right? That's what needs to happen. I know it's strange to think about that because we are a diverse group from the outside, but we are not diverse in here. So, I mean, I challenge everyone because this is what I think about every day. That's what haunts me, is that this is not a diverse group. We work on diversity, but we're the first ones to look what we're doing. We need to bring more people into this room. And so, yes, it's not people that we go to school with. You know, it's people that go to the other school, even if it's the rival, it's okay, right? But it could be a bunch of different schools, and it could be people not in school. And there's people who are trying to work to get into tech that are not in this room, right? So I don't have the immediate answers to that. I have some answers. But let's look about that because we're talking about stringent numbers. And there's a lot of people in here that we get, well, not in here, that we could be gaining a lot of strength.
Thank you, Gregorio. So I'm going to put it back on Gregorio because he's my friend. And we're going to do another Coder Summit in LA at the beginning of October. Yeah, from LA. And I know Gregorio's from LA, so he's going to help us do that in LA. So maybe there's a little bit of structure to do it. Partner with Sabio, but yeah, you have a comment.
Yeah, so we were thinking a lot about that. Well, part of what we're trying to do here today is, like, I agree that it's very important to, like, bring us all together. But the reality is that very few of us, I don't know how many of you have been in a room with Latino coders before, where there's like a lot of value in just being and connecting with people who are doing the same thing you're doing, and being in a room where like you are it's normal to be a coder, where in most places we are in a minority, right? So I think we were trying to like give value to that and like make up an event that tailors to the needs of Latino coders. Not necessarily Latinos in tech, or not necessarily Latinos, or like the specific technical needs. Like that's what the workshop is to showcase like technical products, the workshops to develop our technical abilities, right? So that's kind of like the focus that like we were like going for. So just to give like a little context on like what's behind it, because we definitely have conversations about that.
Thank you, Stefania. And just to give you a sense, we have like 70 programs we do throughout the year that are not just Latino programmers, and that also could be a bunch of venues for that. And maybe Jasmine, because you actually work on a bunch of these programs yourself and do yourself most of them, So Jasmine, please comment.
For example, we have the STEM leadership program. That program has grown from being 6 cities, I think, to 15 now, and we keep growing with that one. But that one, for example, is just like our other programs. Although it's a Hispanic Heritage Foundation and it's more targeted for Latinos, everyone is welcome to our program. So we're actually moving them from calling it LOFT, the Latinos on the Fast Track, to Leaders on the Fast Track, to be all inclusive in all our programs.
Actually, I have two comments here.
Great.
I'm Nellie Cardinal, and I teach computer science for college in Florida, and I flew in just for this. And I think as a
Anyone read that?
I was hoping that maybe you can include some faculty here, Latino faculty that maybe teach in the engineering department, or maybe in the business department, maybe teach business information classes, systems. I was hoping that it would be the case, but I'm seeing right here.
Well, we're gonna come to Florida too, so we're gonna call on you.
Where?
We're thinking of Miami. However, we'll be connecting with you later on. Give me your name again, Melissa? Nelly, okay, so we'll follow up. Oh, perfect.
I have one more.
I'm gonna have on the third subject. Gregoria, I believe what you said. I support you 100%. Because in order for coders to become coders, they need to have a belief in it. They need to have a passion for it. I'm a social worker, but now I'm migrating to coding. To see coding as a means to an end, to do my job. But if we don't make that connection, our coders aren't going to grow. They won't transfer over, they won't learn, they will not want to go. They don't know what it is. The only reason I found out is because our friends are coding and I was just hanging out with them. Like, that's cool. What is it? I'm hanging out with twins, and they got me so motivated every day when I talk to them. They're incredible. They're the most amazing twins ever. And I'm very fortunate to have them as friends. But it's because of these people that got me interested in coding. You don't do that. So I think, yes, we need Latinos in coding. We need them in STEM. But we need to get them involved. We need to open their eyes that there's a possibility with purpose and passion to get that job done. Thank you for going there.
Hi, so I actually came from Boston, and this based on amazing energy for coding and technology. And to hear that you guys are going to be your second one in LA makes me a little, heartbroken, because there are Latinos all over, Latino coders, I should say, all over the U.S. And there are probably a lot of faces who couldn't make it here because they can't afford to fly or don't have housing. So you guys should either ask Google or whoever's funding you to give you money for scholarships, or you guys need to bring it to the West Coast, to the East Coast. So one of them.
Great point, and if we had the funding tomorrow, we would do it in every city possible. So that's one thing, and like I said, we did this without any funding. We did it because we just believed we had to do it. And then we started going out to companies, and slowly some of them started trickling in. A lot of companies actually came that didn't sponsor, but we just said, you know what, just come, check it out. They're now going back to their companies and saying, wow, it actually was real. What we said we could do. I quite frankly, look, I went to Stanford. I've been in this space for a while. I have a lot of friends in the space, and when I asked them how many people that they thought I could pull together, with obviously the help of everyone else, most people said 30, 40, maybe 50 if you're good. We had 450 RSVPs, and we had to turn people away because we didn't have rooms big enough. So a lot of folks didn't even, the demand is that we hit something and all of you believe it as well. So we need to rapidly move out and do it across the country. And so I'd love to go to Boston. So let's find an anchor sponsor to do it.
One more comment.
And we were actually just in Boston, something completely unrelated, with PricewaterhouseCoopers. We had a global management so we're slowly getting there. It's just
So that was a bunch of Latinos in business, finance, consulting. But Absolutely. Absolutely. Done.
Hello, my name is Penelope.
get up so you guys can see me. How about you guys think I'm sitting? Alright. I'm so glad you guys hosted this event because my sister and I, my friend and I, we go to many hackathons, but we've never seen any Latino coders at all. I think maybe only saw at least only a handful. Like, less than a handful. And only know one I only did a start, actually 2 or 3 I only did a startup. But it's amazing to see all you guys in this room like participating in this event because these are, I never see so many Latinos here. They care so much about helping each other and making sure each other succeed and get better and helping out their community.
I'm not gonna say what she said. I have not been in a room like this ever before, so I want to thank you so much for that. And the fact that it was for Latino coders is what brought me here. I've been in the industry for about 10 years, and I've never been in a room like this. So thank you, thank you.
Yes.
What I would like to comment on is that I would love to meet more, have an opportunity to kind of like interact more. So I'm wondering if maybe next time it could be more participant driven, you know, the agenda, or there's a thing that I've been to a number of times called an unconference, that we actually create what we want to talk about in the morning. And it really is quite beautiful because we get to meet each other, you know, more directly.
If any of you have ideas of how to structure that in a better way,
Yeah.
please let us know offline because we are absolutely welcome to. We went through many iterations of the agenda. And we ended up coming to this one, but it doesn't mean this is the best one.
Yeah.
So,
And one final comment, if there's going to be rooms, this is the first one, and I know that you're making it as you go along, you had an honorable mention, you know, maybe include the honorable mention within the benefits of winning. I think that would be wonderful.
Appreciate that. Thank you. We have one over there.
Well, a few of you have actually mentioned this already. Sophia mentioned that we also do. And I would like to encourage everybody here to move this, transform this from just being an event to being a community. And maybe, you know, and this doesn't have to cost anything. It could be as simple as, you know, creating a Twitter list or a LinkedIn. So, you know, if you, for all those people that couldn't make it, for those people that are in other countries, I mean, that would be the way to keep this together, to keep it growing. Yeah.
Brian, you want to comment on it? Because we actually collected GitHub profiles and we did LinkedIn profiles, I think, as well. Please, quick comment on that.
Yeah, so we have everybody's information. When you signed up, you put forth your LinkedIn, your GitHub, and we're going to use that information to help you guys connect across the country. So that's a very big part of our scope of developing our networking. It's part of the LOFT network and what we do.
Yeah, so, Stefania, you have a comment, but great idea on the Twitter list, because that's something we didn't do, but we did do GitHub profiles. So we need to follow up on that and figure that out. Stefania, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was gonna, it was mentioned before the NCWA group, and it's like a Facebook group that everyone's posting opportunities, links to scholarships. It's mostly for students, but it's links to scholarships, links to jobs, links to projects, and it's just like a very, like it started off as a community of like 30, 40 girls. So I think, I mean, I don't know if you guys like use Facebook, or just kind of like testing the room, like a Facebook group where like we can share opportunities and stuff. Would that be of interest?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because like I've seen the NCWA group just like grow a lot and like just become like its own thing, and like it's been very valuable for a lot of people.
You got a Facebook group, a LinkedIn group, and a Twitter list at least, if not more ideas. And then we also want to share some of the GitHub profiles that we'll probably put on our LOFT CSL page, because that's our LOFT code as a second language, is to start promoting a lot of you that are building really cool stuff. And our mission is to help you be successful. So we're going to do everything possible to help promote you and get users and all that. Any other?
I have a comment over here.
I just want to say thank you for this, but also coming from oh my goodness, as an renewable energy entrepreneur, I'm really conscious about the environment. So a lot of this, not every conference is just bringing computers like this one did, which I thought was great, but this is unnecessary, like the amount of printing that was done. I think it's great, but I think it would be even better at leveraging on the technology to have it be part of like the website or even like the Facebook group or something, to just be able to access this, because at the end, like, I'll stick around, I'll help with the recycling because of the kind of stuff I do, but not in every single city out there you're gonna have somebody that's gonna stick around for the recycling, and it wasn't really necessary in the first place. So just a tip, but that's just, again, maybe because I'm really conscious about it with building renewable energy technology. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Hello, my name is Elias Agan. I'm from Gonzales, California. When I was in high school, I didn't really know what I could do to cause impact in my community, and so far I've been learning a lot and coming to events like this. And I think it would be useful if you could go to public schools and teach people about the type of things that they can do and how they can actually have impact. Because when I was in high school, many people didn't think they had the potential to make change or cause positive effects in the world. So I think helping people learn about how they can make those changes would be helpful. And I know that it must be expensive to go around like the country or the state, so I think it might be useful if you find groups of people in different communities and you teach them how to make those changes so they can go back to their communities, because I would like to help my community in my high school.
Thank you. And probably kind of the community. I mean, we had a bunch of socially conscious applications that were built here, so thank you for the comment. Anything else?
And actually, the majority of our programs are geared toward high school kids, high school students, in STEM and many other fields. Just like our other programs, we've been growing and getting to more cities. But at the same time, for example, I know that CSL, we do something like that. We get people that are in the city already, and they are the ones teaching whatever program we have. So it's definitely something that we're already doing. It's just getting to your city next.
And a quick comment on LOFT code as second language, because it hits on what you're doing.
Sure, in CSL, it's essentially we leverage our network in a very strategic way and meaningful way to support folks in our network to also teach these computer programming classes, right? So you saw Dante Kuma, he's teaching in the Bay Area. You saw Kyra, Fatima with Domus, she's teaching in New York. Wendy Sepulveda here, she's also attending in Austin. Right, so we leverage our network, and now all of you are part of our network as well. We'll look to you as well.
So our LOFTCSL.org is essentially our marketplace connecting folks that actually can teach computer programming with schools that want computer programming, because some of the teachers just don't know that there's a bunch of free resources that they can use. And so we actually leverage your talent. So if anyone is interested in that, to do it in your neighborhood or city, wherever you are, Beto manages that whole program. And we're doing it right now in 10 different cities around the country.
Hi everyone, my name is Maggie Martella. I am a student at Ianza College here in Silicon Valley. I am from Peru. And, yeah, and I have another compatriota, pero no estoy nerviosa. Bueno, cada vez que estoy en la escuela, I don't know if everyone speaks Spanish, sorry, but every time I go to school, I see Hispanic people cleaning their bathrooms, which makes me feel sad. I'm sorry, please. Emotional, but I don't like the stereotype that Latinos have in the tech industry. I've been in different hackathons and competitions, and I won. But I don't see too many Hispanic Latino students in my classroom. And I'm sorry, I did that. I can't believe that I'm doing this as well.
Yeah.
I felt alone in my whole school because I've been looking for Peruvians or aquí Lorenita Latinos. I am the only one student in my whole class. And coming here, it was so encouraging to see every one of you. It makes me feel so happy and empowered. So in my school, I created a club for women and minorities in computer science. And actually, I feel so committed to help the community, and I encourage every Hispanic student in my school. So I really want to devote my time here to grow the number of Latinos in this area. And everyone who wants to be part of it, who lives in Silicon Valley, please let me know how we can team up and join together.
We're gonna wrap it up, right? Because I know we're at the 5 p.m. time to go over.
Hello, everybody. My name is Juanita Puda, and I'm part of the Coding as a Second Language. I'm from Houston, actually, and I actually travel to Austin every week to teach the kids over there. But I definitely feel very inspired being here and seeing all of you. Like everybody has said, like I've never seen a room with so many Latino coders. I've been in a room with a lot of Hispanic engineers. I've also been a part of Chef, but I've never been a part of something that's really, I guess, the difference is that have this mentality of transforming and changing the world, and actually seeing people pitch and see their ideas was great. So I definitely enjoyed the conference. I enjoyed every part of it. I think what we could do best next time, like some of you said, is a little bit of, there's so many people here I really want to connect with, but I didn't get a chance to. I didn't know that there was all these people with all these resources here. So maybe next time we can network with some of those people or have something more formal, maybe during lunch or something, to network with all these people that are awesome. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to have met some of you and see all these Latinos here. So I hope we can do something in Houston or Austin, and definitely whatever I can help with, I'm here.
Awesome, thank you. What time are we getting kicked out of the building? I think we're going to stay here for a while. We're going to do, maybe have one or two more comments.
One
more.
Just one more. The networking part starts as soon as this stops.
And then we go on
to answer your question.
Yeah, and then everyone can hang out and have
the last one?
Time.
What's up with that?
Hello, my name is Henry. I'll be short. I'll take over here real quick. Like hearing all these stories, like made me realize that that's cool. So you guys are probably already doing this with like a video about this conference where students are like sharing their story, like, oh, I'm from here, I'm studying this, that I can show other people. And like, because if I put myself as a high school student and I go to your website and I look at this video and these stories, I'm gonna get excited. So video, promotional video, whatever would be great.
Any video production folks here? No. There we go. You're a fellow in DC, Washington DC, right? So you flew in from Washington?
Yeah.
That's awesome. So we have, and Chicago's here too? Chicago, so we have our LOFT Second Language Fellows who are, again, across Chicago, DC,
Houston.
New York, that are doing,
Houston.
And Houston, going to Austin, yeah, I mean, this CSL Fellows, so I mean, we're pushing, we're building as we go, so we are a startup in every sense of the word, and so thank you for being part of it already, but let's continue building. Stephanie, and then, actually, Stephanie, and then we'll just say the kind of last 10 seconds, and then we're going to wrap it off.
Great, and first of all, I'd like to say thank you, all of you, for being here, because when I was in college, I was the only person of color in a lot of my classes, and I have a couple of degrees, so I've been through this. I've been in industries where I'm the only one, so I know how you feel, and that's one of the reasons why I work here at the Hispanic Heritage Foundation. So those of you who are part of our family, thank you, and let's continue to grow. But those of you who are new, welcome to our family. And we are here to work together. This is a movement, and we are here together, so let's continue to grow. And of course, I'm in operations, so we have best practices. Let's do this. We are a team, so let's continue to do this. And as Manuel said, we are going to do this as much as we can across the country. So thank you, all of you, for being leaders in your space.
It's just beautiful. You're so moved by what we do. It's just amazing. And just building on what the gentleman was talking about before, self-education, in all these words. I think mainly it's about just working together, what Stephanie was saying, working as a team. And I always like what our CEO says, send the elevator down, bring other people like you up. That always resonates in my mind. So I think it's really more about that. Everyone that's here, just keep doing that, help each other out, and we'll move forward.
A quick thought that comes to mind is everybody in this room and us as Latinos and everybody here is we build software, apps, companies, community, and so keep building. I think you look around, you have people like Gregorio who teach every day and introduce people to code and build. You look around, you have classmates or peers. So as you're building things, or I don't know if we have the data folks still here, but you're looking at different platforms or tools, reach out to people here and keep building.
I just wanna echo this thank you. I think it took a lot of faith from you guys to come here and believe that this is gonna be worth your time and that we were actually gonna be 200 Latino coders together. So I appreciate you guys, and I hope it was a great time as for you as it was for me.
And we have student leaders in a bunch of different universities, so if you want to be one of our student leaders in your university to help do things like this, by all means let us know so that we can follow up and do that. I'll leave you with two things. One I already said earlier when I made my remarks, in that you're the leaders of today, not tomorrow. Okay, so don't let anyone tell you that you're the leader of tomorrow, you're the leader of today, because you can actually build stuff. And you can actually make things happen today and use all the platforms that are out there to make things happen, and we're here to help. And then second, we have established to be actively trying to connect you to each other, supporting your causes. And we have our own online platform, our own online community that we built using the NEAM platform. Obviously, if anyone out here wants to help us make it even better as a stronger online community, but we're not trying to replace Facebook and LinkedIn, but in our little way, it's going to be better than that. And so it's LOFTnetwork.org, and so that's a way that you can connect. You can go on there, and you can search by university, you can search by industry concentration, by grad school, by location, and there are thousands of our LOFT members on there already, and so you can do that as well. And so I invite you to join LOFTnetwork.org. You can search online, Latino leaders online community on Google, and you will find it as well. So we're out there, and if there's nothing else, we are finishing up. We're going to take one picture. This is going to be Dad, but we are going to take a picture up here. So whoever wants to participate, you can come up here after. So thank you all, and good meeting you. Good night.
Love it. No, you look great. Love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, and finally, me too. So that's what.
Yeah, I'm making it happen.
You're in LA?
I'm telling you, man.
Bring them to the beach, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know these guys.
Yeah.
You know these guys. We're doing another one pretty soon.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
You said for November?
Yeah, they're gonna do
Said November.
Oh, this guy. Yeah.
All right. I'm Eddie. So you're American, and who's your? I'm Eddie, and your sister Europa.
No, Penelope, the other famous actress.
Penelope. But your parents didn't know. They just picked those names, and then
I know that.
oh no, you're kidding! It was because of that.
Yeah. I'm serious. I got lucky. I don't know about that.
So what Penelope?
Oh no, they like that one book from the Odyssey.
Oh really?
Yeah.
The Odyssey?
Yeah, Penelope. Oh yeah, they're I like that.
We're supposed to be at well, that's the
Oh, yeah.